and honorable members of council. Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff City Council Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Mergler, Ajay English, our Financial Controller and Legislative Assistant, the Office of Management and Budget, Land Use and Planning Director, Elliot Larkin, Deputy Director Yvonne Flagg, and members of the public. Today is Monday, April 13th, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee at this time. I am Finance Committee Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. This evening, there are two budget hearings scheduled, Land Use and Planning Department, followed by the Department of License and Inspections. I would first like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett,
Here.
Councilmember Oliver, Vice Chair Bracy,
Here.
Councilmember Spadola, President Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council members. Councilmember Owens,
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy.
Here.
Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 19th. The budget as proposed includes the following: 0% of property tax rate increase, a 9.95% water, sewer, and stormwater rates increase, which is equivalent to $7.95 increase to a monthly bill based on typical residential customer usage of 4,000 gallons of water per month. There is also a 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only. 25.7 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund for the following purposes: 1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures is far outpacing revenues. 4 million transfer to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which 1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. 20 million transfer to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following: 200,000 for the Housing Expo, 500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, 500,000 for the Home Lottery Repair Program, 2 million for Vacant Lots Program, and 16.8 million for the Affordable Housing Subsidy. The proposed general fund budget totals 212 million, up 10.8 million, or 5.4%. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals 100 million, up 5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal year 2027 because it is only done in the even years. This proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. One, expenditures far outpacing revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget. A fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget. Also, a net change of 19 new positions added to this proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS ambulance service. Also, the ARPA funding is required to be fully exhausted by December 31st, 2026. I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Oliver. Also, we have the CPS-I, which was initiated by City Council CY 2023, yet this current proposed budget lacks the necessary funding for the continuation of this program. Also, the Office of Community Safety was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026 and was funded via a mid-year budget amendment. We also have the property tax reassessment. This is as a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. I'm looking forward to working with the mayor and my colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle as well as Newcastle County, while realizing that the bifurcated property tax rate relives some of the financial burden. It needs to be determined if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals and if any internal assessments that may be required. Also, the water sewer rates. While the FY27 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendations by UCAB, the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs of gas, and the list goes on and on. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. Now it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of the council at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following. 1, public safety. This is funding for CPSI, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, expanding partners and care hours, as well as the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board. Also, under neighborhood stabilization, we have the home repair lottery program, the Goodwill litter program, the property rehabilitation program, affordable housing, community revitalization fund, the housing trust, and the property tax reassessment inequities. Under community, we have Juneteenth celebration, and we also have the vacant contract structure for rodents and things of that nature. Under education, we have safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th district. We have the HBCU funding specifically for City of Wilmington residents only, and we also have the Office of Educational Advocacy. Under economic development, we have the Small Minority Business Program, the Small Business Expo, and the Nonprofit Summit. Under financial stability, we will continue the Water Assistance Program along with the Property Tax Abatement Program. Under parks, we have Christina Park for the unhoused. We have Friendship House. We have the Youth Master Plan. Also ensuring that council legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as the traffic calming devices, historical markers, residency assistance fund, escrow program, and the property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Nahid Hassan, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, for a financial overview of the land use and planning, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limitations due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. I ask that if any of my colleagues have any questions to please raise your hand. for it is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from Finance Committee members will be acknowledged first. I now turn it over to Mr. Husan, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide first an financial overview, then followed by Land Use and Planning Director Elliot Larkin, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated 90 minutes. Mr. Hussein.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Today, I'll be providing an overview of the FY 2027 Land Use and Planning Department budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $4.8 million. This is a decrease of $53,000 compared to FY 2026. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, personal services increased by $270,000. Salaries and wages rose by $127,000, primarily due to COLAs and step increases. Employee benefits increased by $145,000, driven by rising healthcare and pension costs. Total FTEs increased by 1 due to addition of a historic preservation planner with a combined salary and benefit cost of $106,000. This increase was offset by a related $63,000 reduction in temporary salaries. Next slide, please. On the MSNE side, the department has a net decrease of $77,000. Consultants decreased by a net $117,000. This is primarily due to the scheduled completion of 2 major initiatives in FY 2026, the ADA self-assessment and the zoning code reform project. This resulted in a savings of $410,000. These savings were partially offset by the addition of 2 new projects, the ICC code review update at a cost of $150,000, and the Wilmington 2038 comp plan update at a cost of $138,000. Combined travel and membership and registrations increased by $38,000, primarily due to the increased number of employees that will be attending conferences and training. Lastly, debt service decreased by $251,000 based on the current debt service schedule, net of FY 2026 borrowing. That concludes my overview of the FY 2027 Land Use and Planning Department's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to jump right into our questions. And our first question is to Mr. Director Elliott. Understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections showing expenditures for outreaching and outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30 and FY27 general fund proposed budget uses $25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Sir, can you please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential budget gaps? A and B.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of council. I'd like to acknowledge my department members that are here. I really appreciate everyone showing up. It's because of the work that they do diligently every day that we're able to provide the services that we do. And with that, I'll go right into the answers.
Okay.
So, in order to ensure that we were closing the gaps for this fiscal year, new positions that were identified during the initial 2026 budgetary effort and work to restructure the department for a gain in efficiency. We've left those positions off the table this fiscal year in order to offset any increases that the department might bring to the city. In addition to that, instead of providing training across the board for all employees, we are implementing partial training for a portion of the department. Lastly, and this is a significant point, the Forerunner software that we've proposed to implement will eliminate the need for the addition of a floodplain manager. This position was something that we anticipated needing due to the level of effort it takes for our zoning manager to manage both the zoning administration and also the flood management for the city. So we're seeing some personnel decreases in some of the implementation and then withholding some of those additional positions. To answer the next portion of that question, the historic preservation planner has been converted from a limited service employee.
Okay, let's just make sure we're A or B.
This is B.
Okay, just
Okay.
wanted to make sure.
The historic preservation planner is converted from a limited service employee into a full-time role. This is a position that has been with the city for a long time. It is a regulatory requirement in order for us to meet federal requirements. And in anticipation of a long-term need for this position, we want to make sure that the city is set up in order to source a new position when that time comes. So it makes sense to shift that over from the limited service employee over into a full-time position. The International Code Council review, we are currently on the 2018 ICC code standard. The 2024 represents a completely different framework for code enforcement, and it's our effort to make sure that the city remains on the latest and greatest code adoption. 6 years is a typical time frame for adoption, so we need to catch up because we're 8 years out. So making sure that we're able to begin this review so we can, in the next fiscal year, begin the adoption of the new ICC code standards is a priority. And as equally important is our Wilmington 2038 Comprehensive Development Plan update. The 2028 plan is coming due in 2 years, and it is our requirement by the state to update that comprehensive development plan every 10 years. So we want to make sure that in line with the zoning modernization project that is kicking off this spring, that we are ready to step directly into the comprehensive planning development effort in order to ensure that our comprehensive plan going into the 2040s meets the city of today and the vision of what tomorrow looks like.
Okay.
In addition to that, it's important that our team is ready to complete the inspections and implement the code as it is as it's written in the 2024 update. So we'll be beginning to increase our training. Instead of doing it all at once, we're going to do this incrementally and making sure that the team is ready and prepared once we complete that code adoption. We have worked very diligently with OMB and the mayor's office to ensure that all of the reductions that we have done are very prudent. And any additional reduction could cause a direct reduction in our ability to provide service.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we're going to move right on to question number 2. With the recent passage of legislation for a moratorium on all smoke shops, can you please share how this budget addresses any funding or resources for the mandated equity impact assessment? And also letter A, we can answer both.
Okay, so this legislation was passed very recently. I think it's one of two that was put in for an equity impact assessment. I think this one in particular didn't get to the department for an analysis on the impact that it would have or would require in terms of funding. However, given the fact that there are some similarities between the two, there is an opportunity for us to identify what that scope might look like for an equity impact assessment. I think it's important to note that both equity and equality impact assessments are relatively new tools, and it's not something the city has done before. It's not to say it's something that we cannot do. However, we need to make sure that we understand how the scope is defined, what smoke shops are defined as. There is no business license for a smoke shop, so there's some work that needs to be done there. In addition to that, what I've done is set aside a proposed timeline to try and implement the equity impact assessment. And what that looks like is, so initially, right now, we're working on identifying what immediate actions that we can put into place. So creating a baseline inventory of what smoke shops are, identifying where they are geographically, understanding how that term works with our business license records, and really defining what a smoke shop is, because there is no definition in city code. Moving on from that, we will do a preliminary analysis in fiscal year 2027, and what that'll do is allow us to begin to understand, one, what is the scope that's required in order to go out and source a consultant that can help. There's a lot of work that needs to be put in before we can reach out to a consultant and ask for their assistance. So we want to move forward with the preliminary analysis, understanding, what the density and clustering of this looks like, and understanding, what data are we going to overlay with this? Are we looking at crime data? Are we pulling in, sensitive areas, school locations, and any neighborhood boundaries? We really need to fine tune that scope before we go out to a consultant. In addition to that, during the upcoming fiscal year, we'll also be working to identify consultants that we can actually go out to that are equipped to do this work for municipalities. I know that in my preliminary analysis, there are a lot of firms that do this in the private sector. Mm-hmm. I've worked with a couple firms that have done that in terms of private organizations and their policies. But we need to identify someone that can do, well, actually not someone, because this will be put out to bid, but a few consultants that are able to provide this service for a municipality relative to the scope that we identify in the upcoming fiscal year. And then phase 3, pending funding. So my aim is to ensure that at the beginning of fiscal year 2028, we're able to step directly into that fiscal year with an established scope, with an established pool of consultants that'll be able to do the analysis and give us the results that we need in order to make an informed decision. So I anticipate doing that at the top of fiscal year 28, and directly after that assessment is complete, we will move forward with policy implementation.
Okay. All right. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you.
Indeed.
I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Owens. We're going to move on to question number 3. Notwithstanding the massive and outdated zoning laws, can you please share if your budget addresses any funding or resources to best mitigate reforming the city zoning laws? And you can answer letters A, B, and C. Thanks.
Okay. So I've put all of the answers on one slide. So the funding was allocated in this current fiscal year for the zoning modernization project. That RFP is currently open for bid right now. We'll be meeting, we actually have a scheduled meeting to field any questions that bidders have before they submit their proposals to us. So we see that being completed with the funding that is already allocated. So we will carry that over into the next fiscal year because that project will kick off, late spring, early summer. And the projected timeline for that would be approximately June for that initial kickoff meeting. Again, the RFP is open now. The draft ordinance that we're looking for, we have a milestone set inside of that RFP where we'll be looking for a draft ordinance that's ready for review, that's legally ready, and meets all of the zoning assessment details that the Biden School shared in their report in October of 2026. And that would follow in the top of next year with the adoption and a certification. So bringing that through the zoning process and providing those text updates to the zoning code. Lastly, since the formation of the EV installation manual, we've received a total of 2 requests for electric vehicle charging stations that encroach upon the right-of-way. I encourage anyone in the public that is looking to install a level 1 or a level 2 at the curb to reach out to the Department of Land Use and Planning, and we'll walk them through that process.
Okay, all right. So we're going to move on to question number 4. Considering the number of nuisance properties, Director, can you please share if this budget provides adequate funding or resources to address letter A?
So the nuisance property program is a collaborative effort across multiple departments. The Department of Land Use and Planning, we work collectively with the law department, with licenses and inspections, WPD, et cetera. And we provide and partner in this program to provide oversight of specifically land use and business license compliance, including enforcement and inspections. So I don't have those numbers. However, I know that that's something that we can work directly with the administrator of the program within the law department to provide.
Okay. That can be a follow-up. All right. Question number 5. Can you please discuss the additional $156,000 budgeted for consultings in the planning division? And you can answer letters A through D.
So the additional funding supports the completion of the ICC code review and recommended updates. As I stated before, that completion is targeted for Q4 of fiscal year 2027, and the adoption would proceed directly after that. Now, for question B, the funding allocated towards the 2038 Comprehensive Development Plan, that represents essentially the beginning of the comprehensive development process. In order to lessen the impact to this current fiscal year, that estimated funding has been bifurcated. So the goal is to make sure that as we move towards the end of this current year, we'll be working towards a full RFP that we'll be moving towards to support the comprehensive development plan, with half of the funding being allocated this year and the additional funding necessary to complete it being allocated in next fiscal year. And to answer C, no funding is currently allocated directly to support this particular Senate bill. However, resiliency is actually built into the comprehensive plan as it is. In addition to that, the department works on the Resilient Wilmington Group, and that's derived from the Resilient Wilmington Plan, which actually came from the 2028 Comprehensive Plan. So all of that work is currently intertwined, and resiliency is a priority, not just for the department, but also for the city. And we're working with both our departmental partners, but also our state partners. A lot of our team just recently attended the Rascal event, and one of the standouts for me was Wilmington, specifically across Delaware, is one of the most sustainable locations given our density and the way we're able to allocate funding to more individuals than, say, out in the county or lower Delaware. But we work very closely and intimately with both our comprehensive plan and our partners to ensure that resiliency is incorporated in our work.
Okay.
And the last part of that question, the ADA self-assessment is nearly complete, but no additional funds have been allocated for fiscal year 2027.
Okay. All right, question number 6. Can you please share the amount of funding allocated for training and professional growth and development for your staff?
So yes, I've broken down what that funding looks like currently as proposed. And again, that change is there, and it anticipates the code updates that are coming. In addition to that, we want to make sure that our team is engaged with the local memberships, whether that be ICC, APA, or the Conference for the New Urbanism. We want to make sure that we're engaging with these professional groups to ensure that we're bringing back the latest and greatest in terms of the implementation of code and also the comprehensive planning effort for the city. So the funding that is listed here and those changes represent our work to ensure that training is prioritized, and I would say reprioritized. Training's not the only thing that we need for staff, but it is a tool that I want to make sure that everyone has access to as best we can.
That's great. All right, we're going to move on to question number 7. With the streamlining of services for the permitting process, can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to maintain that service? And you can answer A and B.
So, okay. So the graph that's on the screen now is actually showing our permits and valuation as well as the fees that have been collected. Our current structure allows for the Department of Land Use and Planning allows for development in the city, land development in the city, to go from concept all the way to reality underneath one umbrella. That streamline of services is in place. It's been codified. And over the past 4 years, 3 years, we've been able to refine our processes. Some of the work that we're doing now, which we'll see in our technology requests, are extensions of that, ways we've been able to identify opportunities to streamline our effort. The floodplain management is an integral part of that. Many people don't know that you have to have an additional requirement and assessment whenever you're completing any work that's in a floodplain, and implementing Forerunner is a part of that. So I would say that we do have what we need to continue providing the streamlined services as it exists now. The slide that is in front of you now shows our permits. Again, this permit data is something that is market driven. We can't necessarily, increase or decrease this. The best thing that we can do is ensure that the process that people have to go through in order to provide or request a permit is as smooth as possible. And it actually reminds me of the previous question related to the zoning effort. It is a large effort, and I think that it's important to understand that our existing zoning ordinance was created in 1962.
Wow.
Now, I pause for that because obviously that the ideals for Wilmington, the country, were very different in 62. There was no significant there has not been a significant update since 1968. And moving forward with the zoning modernization effort is one of the principal components to streamlining permitting within any municipality. So it's important that we understand that as we move towards updating, okay, we've got a very select amount of land in Wilmington, being able to update what land uses the city, the community decides they want to have in their area, providing for that streamlined effort and removing the resistance that someone would have to go through before they even get to the permitting process, because zoning has to come first, is an additional piece of the zoning streamlining effort that is coming out of the reorganization and being able to have all of that land development work sit underneath one umbrella. So I wanted to make sure I made that point before moving on to the next slide.
Okay. We're going to go to question number 8. Can you please discuss your current vacant positions A through D?
Yes. So our current vacant, we have two current vacant positions. Our plans examiner, which was vacated unexpectedly, unfortunately. We have interviews pending for that. We have 2 of our officers actually working out of class. They've taken on a large effort of work. The plans examiner position is a public-facing position that ensures that all of the plans that come into the city are reviewed. But there's a piece that goes towards meeting the community's needs, where people come in and they have questions. They need to understand how to move through the permitting process, understanding the code, because unlike us, they don't read code every day. So we've got 2 positions that are actually currently working out of class to cover this work. That's how big the role is. But we have a couple candidates. We've lost a few due to the time it's taken to kind of get to the interview process. But we have a couple candidates on the line, and I got an update today that we'll be moving forward with interviews shortly. We hope that those start dates will be before or in June 2026. The next position is the office manager. This position is, the job posting is pending. Thankful to the administration, also council, for updating the budget. That position was in there when the latest budget update. There was a clerical error whenever that position was put in, but clearing up that error has allowed us to move forward into the interview process. So we're going to move forward with posting the job and then begin interviewing. And my hope is that we're able to get that position, because we're hurting for it sorely before the new fiscal year begins. Now, to answer, and that should take care of A and B. To answer C, so given the fact that we've been relying on out-of-class work in order to fill these positions, it has required us to rely more on our consultants. I think that puts the city at a disadvantage. A consultant can't provide that face-to-face interaction that you need in order to meet your regular homeowner where they are in terms of the permitting process. And you can't cover that with your officers who have the most value to the city out in the field. So not filling these positions will require us to rely more heavily on our consultants, which will increase our costs. In addition to that, it decreases our inspection capacity because those officers are assisting in the office as opposed to out in the field and working on those construction projects and ensuring that they're code compliant.
Okay.
And I believe this is the fourth part of the question, D. So again, we are responsible for land and construction related development in the city. And as a result of that, the work that we do is revenue generating. Permitting in the city provides not the most significant, but a significant source of revenue for the department. So ensuring that the plans, examining process, and the management of that permitting process are staffed appropriately is integral to ensuring that we are able to receive as much revenue as possible through the permitting process.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move right on to question number 9. Can you please discuss any proposed changes to positions, new, deleted, upgraded, any changes at all, and specify if the position is revenue generating?
Yes. So I spoke on this a little bit earlier, but just to make sure that this answer is given directly, the only position that we're making any changes to is the historic preservation planner. Again, that is a regulatory position, and it's not directly revenue generating, but the reason why I put that it is revenue generating is because whenever you have these very large scale projects, some that come to mind are Villa Maria, the project on West Side, Solomon's Court. Those very large projects require have federal requirements attached to them, and in order to ensure that those projects get out, this position has to be appropriately filled. So ensuring that it's a permanent position is incredibly important to ensuring that we can meet those federal requirements for the long term.
Okay. All right. Question number 10. Can you please discuss the $400,000 budgeted for demolition? And you can answer letters A through C.
Yes. So to answer A, unfortunately, no funds have. I'm sorry, I've skipped to B. Question A. So the reason we allocate funding to demolitions is because there are, unfortunately, due to the built environment of Wilmington and the age of the majority of our homes, whenever there is a structural failure of a property, we have to step in and mitigate or abate that hazard. So the $400,000, I think it's underfunded, but we want it to be as conservative as possible. But it's there to ensure that we can step up and meet those requirements when they happen. And for answer B, no funds have been recouped through the sheriff's sale process. To add some context to that, unfortunately, whenever a property is demolished, that's something that's done at market rate. There are no discounts. So whenever those properties have been cleared, we've gated and provided sediment, erosion protection. No one comes and pays $100,000, $60,000 for an empty lot. Unfortunately, those are the real costs that it takes to bring a building down. So we have not recouped any funds due to those facts.
Okay.
So I've included a few slides here to answer, the projects that we've done over the past couple of years. I draw your attention to the middle top left where you see an individual in blue. This was a very unique situation where a homeowner began to do a demolition and then abandoned, or not a demolition, a construction of a new townhouse and then abandoned it. Unfortunately, what it did was it undermined, if you can see where that gentleman is, almost up to his hip area is the foundation of that property. That property is that foundation is severely undermined. And what happens is whenever there's any water or over time, that wall can just come down and collapse an adjoining property. So this was one that we actually didn't have to demolish, but we had to backfill, which is why I say it was a very unique situation. It's rare that we have to do that. Next slide, please. This was one of the pipeline projects that we presented last fiscal year. This is unfortunately over the north side. It had sat in this condition for some time after there was a fire. Unfortunately, there, due to the amount of time it sat post-fire without any action, this property was demolished. Next slide, please. This is over the west side. So this particular location, at the face level, especially in the front of the property, it didn't look as severe as it actually was. There's a lot behind this that kind of gives access, and upon a closer look, the roof joists were rotted out and collapsing. There were portions on the interior of the building that had already collapsed due to water infiltration, and the exterior right of the brick facade was falling into the adjoining property. So for this one, instead of just taking the whole building down, what I actually had them do was leave the front facade up, so a future owner could decide to put another home here, but it also keeps us from having any kind of vagrancy, just due to the fact that this lot would now be open, so we were able to protect the street facade. Next slide. This was a late night collapse. We were alerted to this by the L&I team and completed an assessment that next morning after it had been fenced off. This one needed to be taken down immediately, so we proceeded, I believe, the next day to start to take that property down. This was a large commercial corner structure, and one thing that's very unique about these, and I think it's important for the public and for council to understand, is that this property is zoned as a single-family residence. That zoning is so low that you don't get anyone, you don't have the market just come and pick it up. So it sits for years and years and years because legally it's only allowed to be a single-family home, but the market isn't interested in this size of building becoming a single-family home. So it sits vacant due to the fact that that land use has been restricted so far. So this was one that we unfortunately had to take down.
Thanks for sharing the pictures. That was very helpful.
Yep. And that's for fiscal year 2025. So if you go to the next slide, you see, I didn't want to put everything on there, but this is the list of what we took down during fiscal year 2025, if there were any questions about that. And then moving into this fiscal year, we had a few that we had to take down, and I'll try and move through those rather quickly. Chair, I know you're familiar with this. This is 615 West 9th Street. This one, I don't like the fact that we have to take down the fabric of the city. The city holds a historic value that's important. And so like on 220 North Rodney, we kept that facade there. That preserves the integrity of the streetscape. In this particular instance, this property was not collapsing in full. What we typically do is only take down property and then we abate it. But given the foundation structure, we weren't able to move that foundation in and close in the remainder of the house. So we actually had to put this rear back. Now the inside is empty, it's structurally sound, but this was one that was very unique where the facade was falling on the east side of the building there, which is page left. And we had to take down the entire rear portion of the property and then put it back up. And that was completed just recently. Mm-hmm. Next slide. This is another example where you don't have a full collapse. This is a partial collapse. And on page left, I don't know if you can see that upper window to the left there. That gap between the window ledge and the brick it moved from 8 inches to 12 inches to 18 inches across the span of a couple days. So we stepped in. I came in on the weekend to make sure that we took that down because that Friday there were children playing out there. So we made sure that we took down the facade. which is what you see on the right. I don't have an after picture, but if you go to this address, you'll see that that facade has been replaced in its entirety. In addition to that, there was some significant water infiltration that essentially caused the degradation of the facade wall and that interior salmon brick there. And we went back and just, because the entire structure was not coming down, we put the facade back up and closed the building.
Okay.
Next slide. This is 223 South Van Buren Street. This property had a collapse. During the demolition, we identified that the owner had, unbeknownst to us, compromised the foundation walls, not only on the street side where you see that collapse on page left, but also compromised the adjoining property owners, much like the one that I showed on West 7th, but he had dug down about 18 to 2 feet below the existing foundation. So what you see here on the right is a very recent picture where we have not only did they take it down, but they also had to underpin that property owner's wall. That's one of the reasons why it took so long to get it closed up. But we're to the point now where we're putting that wall back up now. And the last one, I think this is the last one I have. This is a before and after. This is in 630 West 9th Street. This one fell also. Unfortunately, the entire building had to come down, and right now, if you were to go out there, you see on page right, it's got a fence, and that wall's been replaced. I haven't included all of the demolitions from this fiscal year, but there's the listing there. And I'll just jump through the next ones because these are our pipeline. These are current condition. And the next slide, you'll see one in South Bridge that collapsed, and this one is a pipeline project. There are structural beams inside that are holding that up, but this is something we're monitoring very closely. Next slide, please. 409 Washington Street. This is a potential demolition. There's a lot of history in this particular location for the city, so I'd like to see us save this and move it via sheriff's cell into some into the care of an owner that will take will be responsible and bring this back to its former glory. And the next slide. This is a property that we had to shore on 319 East 13th Street. We try and do this again to ensure that we're not just pulling properties down, both to ensure that we maintain the historic fabric of the city, but also from a fiscal standpoint. Okay, next question.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we're at the end of all the pictures.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, that was very helpful because, as we know, demolition is very costly.
It is.
And so to see how the money is being spent in some of these properties, that was great information. Before we go to question number 11, I want to acknowledge Councilmember Cabrera and Councilmember Spadola. So question number 11, can you please share the plan used for $124,000 for technology requests? And you can answer A and B.
Okay. So I want to ensure that we understand that these investments are not just software. They directly improve our operational efficiency. They reduce the risk for the city, and they provide savings not only for the city but for residents. But for Salesforce, this is to establish a functional inspection and enforcement platform. It's currently used by the L&I team, and we've got some functionality in there, but unfortunately, the majority of our team is unable to utilize this for their day-to-day work. What this funding will provide is the real-time tracking needed for inspections for the department, violations and permitting status. Overlaying those two things together is incredibly important. This also includes the integration of Munis. As everyone knows, Munis is our ERP, but all of our permitting is done through Munis, and it's important that we connect the inspections and the permitting work, so that integration is included. And it really creates the foundation for us to transition to a full, comprehensive permitting and inspection platform. We want to lay the groundwork to ensure that in the long term, we're ready to move forward with implementations, but we have what we need right now by utilizing this funding. Now, go into the next part of question A. So Forerunner is a platform that allows us, again, as I said before, the floodplain management is a requirement for all municipalities that sit within the floodplain. This software is a game changer for us in terms of floodplain management. Again, most of our management work has been done from a paper basis. So everything that we have in terms of elevation certificates, all of that data, the permit analysis that's required before you pull a permit, all of that data will be automated into our flood management process. And what that allows us to do is the platform will aggregate that critical data in order to ensure that we can do the resiliency planning that the state highlighted in their Senate bill. And it equips us to also make sure that we're able to manage the requirements that that FEMA has on us, while also providing savings for city residents, because due to the implementation of Forerunner, it gives us additional community rating system credits, which go towards reducing the rate of flood insurance for homeowners in the city. Okay, and part B. Now, additional training and certificates have not been included in this fiscal year specifically. However, when it comes to our GIS utilization, we have multiple staff members that have working knowledge of the ArcGIS platform, which is what we use here in the city. And what we try and do is ensure that we have cross-training opportunities. So whenever there's analysis planning analysis that needs to be completed, or for instance, the EIA that has been requested, we're able to utilize our staff and make sure that they're working with other staff members to increase their working knowledge of GIS.
Okay. So, all right, so we're going to move on to question number 12, which basically is asking that you provide an update on capital funds available for each of the neighborhood planning councils per MPC, per capital budget, and you can answer A and B.
Okay. So I've gone through and updated, God bless you. I've gone through and updated this table to reflect the numbers as they exist now. As many of the council members know, the MPC grant was last funded in 2014. Now, up until the large push in partnership with some council members here to ensure that these funds were utilized, no one had used the funds for a significant period of time, at over 10 years. But the approved projects that were submitted during the end of fiscal year 2025, there was a large push to ensure that NPCs were using those funds. I've listed in the third column, or the fourth column from the left, second from the right, the list of approved projects. So these were projects that went through the committee review. They met all of the requirements. Some of the projects that were submitted were not actual capital fund eligible projects. However, a significant portion of the NPCs were able to bring substantive projects, and many of them actually have a PO. I think at least one of them has actually moved forward and actually has an invoice for work that's being done. So in that far column, you see an updated amount that is currently available by district with that total at the bottom right. And to answer part B, no additional funding has been allocated to the grant for fiscal year 2027.
Okay. Question on that one. All right, we're going to move on to question number 12. Okay, let's see. Is that 12 or 13?
12B.
Okay,
12B.
13.
Yep, B, 12B?
Let's
Is that what you're
see.
saying?
That was something.
Let's see, yes. Say it again.
I'm talking to
Yeah, I thought we were on 13. Because you answered B as it related to specify if the city has reallocated any funding. You just finished that.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to move on to 13. Can you please provide the FY 2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees around all the different positions? And if there are multiple divisions, please ensure you have your sub-org charts that show all the above.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've got a list of the org chart here. We've got a director, deputy director, and we have 3 divisions. Office manager is responsible for our permit coordination and our administrative function. Our zoning manager, who has a small but mighty team, manages business compliance, zoning, floodplain management, as we discussed. We also have our reactionary planners. So these are planners that do work as it relates to permitting. They sit underneath the deputy along with the plans examiners and also our building inspectors and mechanical inspectors. And last but most certainly not least, our long-term planning group. We have our planning manager that oversees that team, and they work to ensure that our comp plan is adhered to, and that, whenever we're working on any large-scale analysis, we work cross-departmentally, but that work is primarily based with our planning team.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Sure. This is the combination of the 2 departments at one point.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's everyone.
All these individuals, yeah. I didn't realize it was that big. Your department was that big. That's why I was asking that question.
No worries.
Okay. Well, thank you for that great presentation, and especially taking us page by page through those properties that were demoed. So, so at this time, I'm going to go to our council members. Okay, Councilmember Oliver, then Hackett, then Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Oliver.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Larkin, have a couple questions. I'm going to ask 2 or 3, and then I'll come back for my second round. This on question 12A is very misleading because you didn't mention that the checks haven't been cut. So I don't want the people in the audience or the administration to think that this money is sitting there, because it's not, because in the 3rd district, I think it's probably like 10,000. I don't know if you followed up, but I've been working with Phil, with the neighborhood planning caller, and this is why we had the NPC meeting, remember? And the money was supposed to spend down. So I don't know if you have met with Phil, because this they're just waiting for them checks to be cut. And, I mean, more to my story, maybe you need to talk to Phil and see what's going on, because this money is not right at all. Because I've talked to some of the NCP individuals, and this money is just, checks are going out as we speak. So I don't want this to look like this money is sitting there, and it's not. I just wanted to make that statement. Now, my question, one of my questions to you would be, what is land use process to catch or stop contractors from working without permits and taking advantage of our constituents? And I'm saying that because there's plenty of times in the 3rd District that I've been in the Northeast area, a lot of people have vouchers, and you have these contractors going over there working, and they don't even have permits. So what are you doing to track any of these permits? So they're taking advantage of young ladies who have vouchers.
So to answer your first question, the MPC money that is sitting in the slide there, all the way to the right, it shows all of the latest as of today, relative to those projects, and some of those checks have not been cut because we're waiting for full POs to be issued, or we're waiting for the information that we need from the vendors in order to provide payment, because we have to have an invoice first. But we went over this, Phil and I went over these numbers, and these numbers are accurate as of today. For your first.
We can talk about that offline, because
Okay.
that would be on you, because this been going on since last year. Remember, we had the NCP, and you said it was the deadline. That's why I just made a statement.
Everybody
We can
got
follow
their
up on
projects
that.
in.
We can follow up on that offline.
Okay.
That's why I said this is my question. I was just making a statement about that.
Got you.
Because caller said it was some money in the pipeline, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
my question that I'm asking you now is, what is land use process and catching some of the contractors who don't have permits and taking advantage of our constituents? That's my first question.
So our existing process is we work directly with licenses and inspections. They have our patrol capabilities in order to ensure that.
Did you switch the mic? Because that one's not working. They told me the other, switch the mic. Right there, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. You see the difference.
I double the mics up.
Okay, I'm with you.
All right.
Told me
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So we work directly with license and inspections team, because they have our patrol team that are able to see what's going on in our neighborhoods. Our inspectors, whenever they go out, they're going out on appointments. However, if there's work being done without a permit, what's required is a stop work order should be posted. That stop work order comes to us, and what it does is it violates the property, and that property owner should come in, and when they come in and pull a permit, they are assessed a $250 fee.
Thank you. Next question.
Follow-up. The question is 2 questions.
Yeah, I have one more, then I'll wait.
Okay.
Do you issue violations for unpermitted work?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll come back.
All right, Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have like 3 comments and 2 questions. My quick comments is around just the recruitment. I know last year we talked about how we can get Delaware State University and University of Delaware involved in our, finding vacancies, and we got 2 vacancies now. And when I say these vacancies, they look like they are pretty high up on the chart vacancies. And just try to figure out, is there any way possible that we have people that might be in the fold that can move up, so that we can start getting some of these college kids in some of our entry-level positions? And that's just one comment. And then we talk about nuisance properties a lot, especially, the liquor stores, corner stores, and different things in our areas. And I'm just, kind of upset that we wasn't able to be provided any numbers around some of the nuisance properties that we, have going on today. And I know you probably want to chime in, but those are just comments. My other question would be around demolition. We say we have $400,000 in demolition, and we're not recouping any money. But I wonder, is there any DBEs or minorities being involved in the demolition, and also how are they growing within demolition? I think that's sometimes the starter when in development. So just one question around there.
So as it relates to demolitions, all but one of our contractors are DBEs, and all of them have grown significantly through working with the city. So the work that was done, especially some of those before and afters, I think the picture is literally worth 1,000 words, because the quality of work that's done by the DBE contractors shows in the city streets.
Thank you so much. And I know that, so we wanted to put that on fold. My next question is, you talked about Salesforce, and it's going to cost about $100,000 for that to, come online. I asked, is this something that we've been using, or is this something that we're going to be using newly? And how has it been impacted when you're using them with Munis, both of them together simultaneously?
So it is something that has been used. I think that the focus oftentimes is on those most acute pain points in terms of enforcement. So oftentimes, so right now Salesforce is geared only towards housing inspections. The goal is to ensure that the building inspectors, our business compliance, and zoning compliance officers are able to use that for the full spectrum of their work. So it's a yes and no,
Okay.
because the city is using it now, especially for the 311, but it doesn't fully incorporate land use and planning. We even have issues utilizing some of the existing components given the existing structure. So we've actually already done some pre-work to complete an audit on Salesforce. That way we understand how it was constructed, because the architecture in the back end has been causing difficulties in licensing and inspections and land use and planning, and making updates that should be relatively simple. So we have an auditor that's begun, actually they kicked off last week, and they're assessing what that architecture looks like to ensure that when we move forward with any future spending, that is done in a way that's efficient, and we're getting what we expect from any developer that comes next.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Yeah.
Follow up.
Yeah, just one follow-up. And, I'm currently right now, I think, the mayor said he's getting ready to invest almost $16 million in housing. So, as a council, I'm just going around doing tours and knocking on different doors, seeing different properties being developed. And, I come across some developers, and the incident that you explained earlier about how a multifamily, after certain use, goes right back to a single family in zoning, brought notice to me and a concern. I called Marshall immediately once I heard the issue from one of the developers that's currently building now. And I just wanted to figure out, I'm guessing in the zoning that you guys are doing now with modernization, I was hoping, because me personally, the first thing I was thinking was, if something is on a land that's outside of a single family today, maybe 2,500 square foot, why wouldn't it be zoned multifamily and single family? But, we're in a housing crisis today, and we need to have more multifamily uses in our houses. I mean, nobody should be stopping housing when we're saying we need more housing. So, I just try to figure out, why does somebody that gets a multifamily have to go from a single family, then have to go back and reply to get it a multifamily again? All that time this person could have been building. So, I'm looking at stuff with Marshall, but I'm pretty sure you guys are looking at stuff. But what's your take on that?
I mean, that's a very acute observation, honestly. So the zoning in any municipality dictates what you can use land for. Over the course of a few decades, especially post-civil rights era, there was a large shift to restrict the types of housing that were allowed in Wilmington. Wilmington is Delaware's only urban population, urban in the sense that we are a city. We are the largest central business district for the state. However, over the course of a few decades, there were decisions made from a legislative standpoint that said, hey, we don't want a lot of multifamily in Wilmington. We want to restrict that. And the way that you do that is through zoning. So what we're seeing now in terms of our inability to create housing is the result of decisions that were made decades ago. And that's why it's important to ensure that we update our zoning ordinance. It's also important that we make sure that whenever we move through the comprehensive development process, that the state's requirement for the zoning to be updated to meet that future land use map. So essentially, if you say that 4th Street should be a commercial corridor, then you need to update your zoning within 18 months to make sure that it matches what that future land use does. And what that allows is for the market to bring in naturally, because it's allowed by nature, or it's allowed by right rather, that restriction isn't there where they're losing their zoning after a year, or they're losing their multifamily because it's been vacant for a year. And that's what you were explaining, because once a multifamily that sits in a single family R3 district, which is about 70% or more of our city, once it stops functioning as a multifamily, it is automatically reduced to a single family. And as a result of that, you've got, houses that we have to demolish that could have been, 2-family homes. But unfortunately, we have to update our zoning in order to make sure that we can meet the crisis that's in front of us.
Thank you, Director Larkin. I'm going to ask the council members to please keep our questions to budgetary items, and I will be more than happy to invite Director Larkin to a Finance Committee meeting to fully get into process and policy. Thank you. Councilmember McCoy, then Vice Chair Bracy.
Okay. Thank you. The question I had was about number 4, the nuisance property program. So I didn't know whether or not you actually gave a number. I do see that you are partnered with the law department, but I would like to know how many properties actually graduated from your department to the law department, because of the fact that it goes through planning in order to accumulate points. So we need to know how many actually move from one space to the next. So I know that that's not a question that you could probably answer right now, but I would like to get that number so that you can email all of council. So that was my first question. I'm sorry.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you looking for like all of the businesses that were recommended from the department?
Well, it looks like it is just for business. I would actually like all, but I will take business. But I would like to hear from all. Oh, yeah.
So the way the nuisance property program works is when a property is assigned a violation, the points go toward the nuisance property designation. So we can absolutely provide the number of points that were applied to properties based off of violations issued by Elliot's department, because essentially their interaction with it comes from monitoring businesses. So they're from the business compliance part of it. L&I will issue a lot of violations in relation to the building code for residential especially. Then WPD will issue points based on calls for service from WPD. So we will put together a report that's compiled by the nuisance property administrator in the law department that provides all of that information. We apologize that it wasn't provided as part of this presentation.
Thank you. I do have another question.
Sure.
The other question was, let me see, so this is actually something that someone brought up to my attention. We got a chance to look at a building that was on in my area. This is a building I've actually reported on several times. At some point, they finally had to address the building. There was like an overhang that was about to fall, and I kept calling about it. And so they finally took that down, and there was some type of tarp put over it. So, I guess in order to make certain that there wasn't going to be much more water damage. But then a few months later, the building collapsed. It started to have its own collapse. Now, my question is, I need to know the time, like how much time does it take in order to address it? If I've already brought the issue to you, and now we've gotten to a place now where demolition becomes the only option. So we're just trying to figure out like the timeline on bringing an issue forward. Because now the issue that I had did not look like it would turn into the demo.
Right.
But once something was actually done to it, you had to actually do some type of a small demolition to it. Why wasn't there any follow-up, like L&I or whatever, to make certain that the rest of the building was, intact?
So what you're referring to is the 223 South Van Buren property. That property was brought to our attention for that overhang, which we did address. We took down that extension and then closed in the building. Now, at the time, like you said, it did not look like it would collapse like that. And what I mentioned earlier on in the presentation was that that particular property owner actually compromised the structure well after that initial report and that initial abatement. He went in there and removed 2 feet underneath the foundation, compromising it, and with the water infiltration at the sidewalk, what you saw was the sediment that should have been supporting the foundation was no longer there. So that water ran down into the basement, and you saw that the walls simply collapsed because there was nothing holding it. In that particular instance, our follow-up was to abate the initial issue, which we did. And that was, I think that portion of the property was still Tyvek'd when we took it down. So that's what our follow-up looks like. We step in, we complete it. And then in terms of the subsequent demolition, that was a separate action that we wouldn't have been able to predict because the owner took upon himself to try and increase the height of that basement without pulling any kind of permit. So we had no eyes on what was going on inside the property.
Okay, may I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So there was no permitting? There was no permits pulled on it? Okay. How will we go about getting the fund, getting reimbursed for the demo? Since this property owner actually had funds to try to make this, do some changes, because I did see new windows on it. They tried to do some changes. Will you be able to go about getting getting the funds back for the demolition that you actually took care of?
It's unlikely, and I say that.
Insurance?
It's possible. So what we do is we place a lien via the fact that the demolition and the cost, no interest, just the cost of demolition, the cost of any analysis that was done, go directly towards the property as a lien. So if there's a mortgage on the property, sometimes we're able to recoup funds. It's very, very rare that we do, but sometimes we're able to recoup funds because there's a mortgage on the property. Most of the times we take down a property, it's an heirs property. But in the instance that there is a mortgage there and a lender is involved, it's possible that we may get that property back. Oftentimes, though, they will just allow it to go to sheriff's sale and then buy it back themselves and abate the debt in that way.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bracy and then Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since this was one of my questions that Councilwoman McCoy asked. So since we're talking about this, I'll start with that. One of the things that happens every year when we're doing our budget sessions is you show us these properties. And every year I ask the same question, and I think we still haven't really figured out a solution. Some of these properties sit for years. And, we have regulations on the books currently, but it doesn't seem like they're strong enough because they sit so long that they fall apart. So what I would love to do is, and I know this isn't the time, but for us to have a follow-up conversation about what we need to do on council to, one, strengthen the city's ability to address these before they're falling down, and then two, how do we put some onus on these owners that are letting these buildings sit like this? And then in the example that you just gave, where, the reason that we're investing these dollars is because the owner is doing stuff that was not permitted, and we don't have a recourse to recoup the funds that we're putting out. So that's part of what I'm, you know, if we're allocating $400,000, one, is that enough? And two, what mechanisms can we put in place to go after, to put some of the onus back on these owners that are letting these properties sit for years and years and years in our communities, and we can't do anything else but tear them down? Especially when, you know, we have a problem, you know, we're trying to get as many vacants back online as possible, but you have these properties where these owners just let them sit for 10 years, and we can fine them and put points and do all of these things, but for whatever reason, it's not enough, because we're still looking at these same, every year we look at these pictures that you guys have to go out and mitigate. So I'd love for us to have, you know, a follow-up conversation around what we really should be doing to tackle this issue.
Yeah, and I'm completely open to having that conversation. I do recognize that it's both the carrot and the stick in order to get these properties back online. The stick being an enforcement, and I know the licenses and inspection is going to be excited to talk to you about the work they've been doing to get these properties over into responsible hands. But as I stated before, you know, working to update our zoning code ordinance will introduce these vacant properties to the market, because right now they're sitting outside of it. Nobody wants them as a matter of right because they're restricted. But I'm open to a larger conversation.
Thank you.
And Deputy Chief, well, I have one more follow-up.
Follow-up.
Yep. So changing the subject really quickly, but kind of it's all in line. As far as the comprehensive plan 2038, what is the process of engaging the community? And I just wanted us to talk about it a little bit on the record, because I know that's coming up and we're investing a lot of dollars into, you know, starting that process. As far as like the new CDCs, you know, there are CDCs, there are other community development nonprofits and economic development nonprofits. So as we're looking at this work of building out our updated comprehensive plan, how do we start that process of engaging with the community? I know we do it, but I'd love for you to just kind of mention what that piece of the investment looks like.
Sure. So as a part of the comprehensive plan update, well, as a part of any comprehensive plan, any municipality, it is a requirement that it is the community that is sharing what it is they want the land and neighborhoods around them to look like, to contain, to feel like. All of those components have to come from the community. First and foremost, that's our Wilmingtonians, the residents. That's also other stakeholders in the city, you know, whether that's your small business owners or whether that's your large corporations. Everyone has to provide input in order for the comprehensive plan to be legally valid. So it's completely integrated into the process. In approaching this comprehensive plan, we recognize that for the majority of Wilmington's history during the comprehensive planning efforts has been done neighborhood by neighborhood, and it's kind of been done on a cyclical basis. But with the new comprehensive plan, not only did it provide a citywide comprehensive plan, but it incorporated those analysis areas, those neighborhood analysis areas. So as we approach this new effort and as we're pulling city funding into this effort, our goal is to ensure that we look back at that previous process that had a focus on neighborhoods, and we're also looking at our existing comprehensive plan to make sure that both of those frameworks are integrated, and the neighborhood, the resident, the small business owner, the corporations that are in the city, everyone gets multiple points of engagement. So oftentimes what you'll see is that you'll see neighborhood engagement meetings that happen in order for us to collect the feedback that we need. I know a lot of our neighborhoods have admirably approached some of the neighborhood planning process. So we're definitely going to be partnering with those CDCs, with those neighborhood planning groups that have already been working on this work to ensure that those visions that they've been working on are incorporated into our overall comprehensive development plan.
Yes, I just want to say that you're absolutely right. I was around, a couple of us was around when they did the last one. They actually will set up charts in the different communities. I recall on the east side in Southbridge, where they actually will allow the community to put up sticky notes in terms of what they would like to see as it relates to their communities. And is it every 10 years or 5 years?
Every 10 years. And we can do a 5-year update. We didn't this time, but we will next time.
Yeah, I just recall when they did it the last time. So there's definitely information that will come out in terms of where and when they'll be in the communities and when the community should come out and share their feedback. But it's always an opportunity to share more information.
And just to add to that, I know that one of the most important pieces to ensure that the community feedback is retained and received is partnering with the council members here to ensure that those CDCs, those neighborhood groups don't get missed, and that you can also help us get the word out when we start to do those overall survey efforts.
Exactly. Okay. You good? Okay, it's Councilmember Owens, then Councilmember Willard, and I want to acknowledge President Trippy Congo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Elliot and team. Thank you all for being here tonight. Before I get into my question, I just want to make one quick statement about the smoke shop assessment and impact study. Can you include community centers when you're looking through that? I know a lot of the times schools get included in that, but also community centers, especially for these smoke shops that are targeting young children with the different flavors of the new tobacco products and everything. But my first question to you, I know you talked about the $400,000 for demolition work, and those properties looked like those were properties that have been vacant for some time, damage was caused. So it's kind of two parts to this question. One, is it only properties that have been vacant? Is it not properties that have been damaged, let's say by fire? If it's been a bad fire, will we come in and demolish it there? And is 400,000 an adequate number for the amount of properties that are probably on that list?
Okay. To answer your first question, it is both vacant properties and fire damaged properties. Typically, the fire damaged properties are heirs property, where there's no one. Sometimes there's a clear path to ownership, sometimes there's not. But most often, there isn't anyone interested in coming to renovate the property, and it just sits. The one on 17th Street was a prime example of that. Unfortunately, I believe there was a life loss in that fire, but the relatives did not come back for that property in any way. And unfortunately, it got to the point where it was moved over into our hands. So they can be vacant properties that sit for a long time, but then they could be fire damaged properties that just sit. And not all of them are heirs properties, but sometimes there are landlords that are just negligent and don't believe that they need to do anything to abate the issue. So it really depends. It's on a case-by-case basis. And what was your last question? You mind repeating that for me?
Is the 400,000 enough for that many properties? I know demolition work is pretty expensive.
$400,000 is light. If we did not have the budget constraints that we have, I would request more. But that's what I have in there, and we'll do our best to ensure that we don't have to go over that.
And then I have my second question.
Yes.
Going to business compliance, which is under your office as well, too, you have two individuals who kind of coordinate that. With the number of businesses that are also incorporated into neighborhoods, especially throughout my district, and I know some of the other districts as well, too, and the high issue, is having only two people in that department adequate enough? Is that enough to handle the casework that we're seeing, at least from our side of things?
If you're offering more help, I wouldn't say no to it. But
Here's the time.
we have the constraints that we have.
Okay.
So we are equipped, and I'm hoping with the implementation of some of this technology that we gain some efficiency there, so that our small but mighty team can be even mightier.
Thank you for that. And I only bring that up because I know you and I have talked about the U-Hauls that are parking all throughout the neighborhood.
I think we took care of the U-Hauls.
Yes, I am so glad. They had all the spots taken up during the snowstorm, but also some of the other stores as well, too. So thank you for working with us on that.
Yes, no worries.
All right, Councilmember Willard.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Larkin, Director Larkin, and team for talking to us about what's going on with the Department of Land Use and Planning. And my question is just whether or not there's any incentives for building permitting fees for development projects. Like, is there any incentives where developers can avoid, and what are they?
So what we try and do is make sure that all of the incentives that we have are extended to any permit applicant. For instance, we will get a permit application that sits within the state's DDD area. That's our downtown development district. That's a state-funded incentive that's available. In addition to that, if they're in a historic overlay for the city or a national historic area, there are tax incentives available at the city, state, and federal level. There's a property over West Side that's been vacant for 25 years that's taken advantage of all three of those. So what we do is whenever there's an application that comes in, or if someone is doing due diligence and is looking to do some work, we try and extend all of those incentives their way so they understand that there are ways to abate some of the costs.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Are you good, Councilmember?
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Director Larkin, I want to refer back to question number 12 as related to the amounts that are remaining for the MPCs. So do you agree that there are some proposals that are still in the pipeline to still be worked through, right?
I agree.
Okay, and I just wanted to point that out because I know for the 4th District, we definitely don't have 112,000 based on the proposals that were submitted. And you did mention that some of them had some issues in terms of they didn't fit in scope for those funds. That's one point that I wanted to make. And then my second point I want to make and sort of request is that until these proposals get back to the presidents of these civic associations to reconsider another project, please don't transfer the funds to another district. I ask you to please don't do that because, again, sometimes when these proposals are submitted, individuals are not aware that what they are proposing and suggesting doesn't fit in scope with these capital projects, as you know that, right? So I'm just asking, give grace to these district chairpersons working with their civic associations to possibly resubmit new proposals that fit in scope to be able to use these dollars and not to transfer them out. So that's one point I wanted to make there. And then on question number 11, regarding FEMA, where under your second bullet, you mentioned protecting the city's existing flood insurance discounts for residents. I think that sounds great, but what does that look like? Does the residents know? Like, how do they find out about this discount? Like, can you just share a little more about that?
So this comes through the NF IP, and there are certain credits that we receive as a municipality. One of them is like being on the latest building code, and another one of those credits will be through our flood management process. So the NFIP creates those rates, and by the municipality, in this case Wilmington, being responsible in how we administer the building code, responsible in how we administer permits, responsible in how we manage or how we maintain our flood management system. Those credits we just started implementing Forerunner, but those credits will be applied, and then when the NFIP goes through its process, that's where the residents will be able to see those gains in percentages off of their rates. So that happens at the federal level.
Okay, I'll follow up offline with that, because as you know, I have a community, as well as Councilmember Oliver, that is considered a flood zone. And if there is any support or assistance that our residents can get, we want to make sure they know about it.
I agree. And once we put Forerunner out to the public, there is a public-facing website. That's one of the reasons why you get additional credits. So there's some public outreach components that we'll be working with emergency management services to ensure that the public gets in that flood outreach effort.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Cabrera did have her hand up. She's on Zoom. After Councilmember Cabrera, then we'll go to Councilmember Oliver, any other, and then Councilmember McCoy. Councilmember Cabrera? I'll come back to Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you. I speak to Ms. Flagg. I have a question for Ms. Flagg, please. How you doing? Ms. Flagg, can you tell me roughly how many violations have been issued to date?
Violations, what type of violations?
Housing violations? Or could you send me code violations? Could you send me that in the email? I'm gonna give you just some things if you could send me, because I know we're running out of time.
Okay, so the Department of Land Use, we will do building violations for inspections.
Correct.
Okay.
Next, I have a question about what is land use doing to proactively address the unsafe properties and to prevent more collapse from happening? You can send me these questions. I don't have to, I know time is out, so if you can answer them. And one I would like to get an answer for now, why do you need a consultant to do building codes when in the past it was always done in-house by staff? And that was in a meeting and brought up another question in the meeting. I can ask Mr. Larkin this. What caused the decrease in building permits? That's a fiscal question. What caused a decrease in building permits? We looked at that the other day.
So the decrease in the building permits was due to the market. Permit folks are not doing as much work in the city this year as they were last year. And actually last year we had a significant spike in our revenue, and that was due, I believe, because of the Riverside project and all of the units that they were putting online. Oh, and that's right. And Insights permit also was a significant booster to our revenue. So the market dictates the permits. Whether or not there's a lot of construction going on in the city is multifaceted. The market is one, but also, I speak to small developers all the time, and sometimes they just can't do a project because they've got to go in front of the CPC or the ZBA, and they can't afford to do that work. So when there's more opportunity, I think we'll see more permits.
Thank you. One that follow up. I just want to make a statement. Do you also, in the meeting, a couple of contractors was in there, and they stated they're not doing as much work in the city because it's too much red tape, so they're going to Newcastle County and downstate. So I see you shaking your head. If that's the case, I think, as Councilman McCoy stated, I think it needs to be an offline conversation. Why are so many contractors going to Newcastle County? Because they said it's easier, and the city takes too long to I mean, it's just a whole bunch of red tape. So I think it's something to look at. But my last question to you is, as the director, how many businesses have you shut down since you've been the director of LNI? Land use.
Land use and planning. I don't have that number, but I'll get it to you.
Do you know if it's been one, two? I mean, you don't know if it's been at least one?
There's been at least one.
Yeah, that's all it has been, right?
No, I don't know if that's all, but there's been at least one.
Okay, and the only reason why I'm asking is because
This year.
under Section 5-58, you have the power as a commissioner of land use, but said LI inspection to to close basically a nuisance property. And I'm saying that because I'm still disturbed about the one on Maryland Avenue, and all of our council members are saying the same thing. If we have these, the rules, ordinances, laws on the book, and they're not being enforced, what's the purpose of them? They had 10 pounds of weed and a gun, and you could, right, it says right here in this section, you could have closed them down for 60 or 90 days, and nobody did anything. And I just want to put that out there. I hope in the future, especially with these smoke shops, if somebody goes in there, and we have a lot in the 3rd district, we have issues, you know, throughout the city. But if somebody goes in the store and they have 10 pounds in a gun, it shouldn't be, I should not hear that where it wasn't any more code violations. That is the code violation. And you had the right to close it down, and so did the chief of police. And I would like for y'all to stop allowing these people who come in our community and saturate our communities with all this negativity and leave these corner stores open, because that's what's going on the east side, on Pine Street, on the north side, on Pine Street, throughout the city, where you see a lot of violence, the guns, shootings, and it's these corner stores. And you know, in the meet, and I have to agree with a lot with people saying these laws are not being enforced, because that was an easy one, to have that store closed down and just let them take you to court and deal with it. But I thought that was sad that they were open the next day, and to hear that it wasn't no additional code violations. It's their job to duck you, and it's your job to do your job. And I'm done. No need to answer that question. I already know what it is. Thank you.
But we'll do a follow-up. We'll do a follow-up as it relates to a committee meeting. We'll put some questions together.
That'll be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. My comment to that last statement is that place is already in my district, and I'm having conversations about making certain that we have more teeth in our ordinances so that he does not feel, I guess, ill at ease about pressing that issue. All right. So the other question is, I actually took a call, and I may have missed the point on the NPCs on the answer for number 12. Now, when we first got in, last year around this time, maybe about 2 months later, we're about at month 10 now. There was a sense of urgency on putting proposals together to get these things done. There was a sense of urgency. I have projects that are duplicates. We already know exactly what we need to get done. No checks have been cut. Tell me why 10 months has passed and I don't have cash for the MPC to get these projects done.
6th District?
Yes.
The 6th District actually submitted a project. I don't have the list of projects now, but there's one in particular that comes to the top of mind. There was a sign that hadn't been installed, and I know that the MPC president would like to include some additional signs to that project. What we've expressed is that has to be submitted as a separate project. We are covering the one that the vendor did not deliver on. But a lot of the issues that we're seeing here is that, and I know that my team has gone over during this past week during the MPC meeting, has gone over the fact that the MPCs really have to manage the projects. What we do is make sure that whenever they're ready and need a check, that we issue those. But what we need from them is to make sure that we have a final proposal that allows us to open the POs. Once we have those final proposals, we're not waiting to open a PO. So if there's no PO, we haven't received those final proposals. And once that PO is open, they'll send us the invoices and they get paid out immediately. We don't hesitate. And there's at least one that has been doing that consistently. But I'll get some details on whether it's one project or two projects outside of the example that I shared with you about the 6th district.
Okay, so you're looking for purchase orders.
We create the purchase order.
Okay, so, because I'm wondering, how are we getting those? Okay, we will definitely talk offline, but I just wanted to stress that there was a real sense of urgency about getting something done, and we're almost at 1 year, and now, we haven't seen any checks cut. And I'm just wondering whether or not, did my district do something where they may have made a misstep? Maybe it's just my district, or are we seeing this citywide?
It's definitely not citywide. It's, some districts have missed one piece or another, but it's not something that we're not currently working through. Okay. I think that there's also been, the sense of urgency was, hey, we don't want this money to expire. Let's get some projects in. Mm-hmm. We got a list of projects from across all of the districts except for the 8th district. And the ones that met the code requirements for capital funds were awarded, and that's what I showed in that particular slide. And the ones that have been submitted after that, we're working with the Chief of Staff to ensure that we understand what the administration wants to do. Do we want to begin to take additional projects? At this point, they still have to meet the code requirement, which is in that MPC handbook that all of the presidents have. But once we get the okay from the administration to move forward with new projects, we'll begin to see those. But I want to stress that it's very important that the MPCs work with their civic associations, because that's really the structure, right? The civic associations may have additional support to provide the MPC in ensuring that those project quotes are sent out to the department. Because once we get them, we create the PO immediately. We're not waiting. So we just need to get those project quotes so we can get those POs opened up.
Okay.
Thank you. And Director Larkin, I just want to say that it would have been helpful that if there were issues with any of the proposals, if your team or whomever could have reached back out, because as it has been stated, it will be a year, like in 2 months, and it was the impression was given to us that it was urgent and we had to do it right away. And then another point I want to make is that those funds carry year over year. They don't expire. So I'm not really sure about when that's stated, to make sure that the funds are used before they expire, because those MPC funds carry over year after year. And we don't want to send out a message to the district MPCs that, oh, something's going to happen to those funds if they don't get used, right?
I definitely agree. I know that there was a decision made to make sure that the MPCs were re-engaging with the community, and I think that the projects that were provided and assessed showed that they're re-engaged. Now we just need to make sure that that engagement effort that we saw at the top or at the end of last fiscal year continues as they begin to send their project quotes into us, so that we can keep that moving forward. And what we do, and I know that my staff, they tell me all the time, they get calls 6 o'clock at night, 7 at night, on their personal cell phone.
Wow.
So the MPC leaders have access to the staff and ask the questions on a regular basis. Sometimes I know that we tried to do our best in communicating, but there's always room for improvement. So we'll try and figure out how we can enhance that further.
Yeah, no, I respect the process 100%. I just felt like there could be more being proactive if there's an issue, because a number of the communities feel like no news is good news. They don't know that there's an issue with what they submitted. So my suggestion would be all the ones that have an issue, if there could be a process to follow up with those individuals that submitted them to let them know, hey, we got an issue. Because again, they feel like if no one's reaching out, that everything is okay. So that's just a suggestion. And as it relates to the conversation regarding us waiting too long to address some of these properties, I'm going to put out there to you 1016 Adams Street. There was a fire there, I'm told 10 years ago. And it's all kinds of things happening with that property. So I figured since it was brought up and there was a conversation about properties being sitting too long and to the point they have to be demoed or what have you, I would bring that up 1016. And is there any repercussions for homeowners that begin to meddle with the properties? Because you had mentioned a resident that got involved with one of the properties and basically made it worse. Are we looking at some kind of repercussion as it relates to that?
The lien on the property will be more significant than anything else that we can do. And if there's anything else that we can move forward with that's substantive, that creates the compliance outcome that we're looking for, I'm willing to look into that.
Okay, that sounds good. Councilmember Cabrera, are you back online?
Yes, I was online. I just had it on mute, and I apologize for that. Just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation, you and the mighty team that you have. I did want to make a couple comments and make possibly a question in the middle of it. First, when we were talking about, you were talking about the demolitions and these property owners and when the properties go to sheriff's sale. But you had mentioned that then the same property owner will come back and buy the house on sheriff's sale without having to pay the fees that the city put out to do what they had to do to remediate the property or make it safe for public safety reasons. So I guess one of the things that I'm thinking is that perhaps we need to introduce legislation as a body to not allow a property owner to buy back the same property they lost at sheriff's sale without paying the fees, if that's what they're doing to get out of paying the fees, especially when they were at fault for whatever happened. So that's something to consider in terms of legislation. Would like to know your thoughts on that. Before you answer, also want to talk about the smoke shops. And one of the ideas that had come up in one of the conferences I went to with the National Foundation for Women Legislators, because this is a statewide problem where we're getting a lot of illegal chemicals that are not on the Fed's approved lists that are being sold to our young people, and the highlighters that they take to school and they're vaping in school. They know what they're doing. They're targeting young people. They're selling to them underage, and they're making it attractive, and they taste good. They're putting so much nicotine in their body that these kids are overdosing on nicotine. I have spoken to the chief about this, and I know it comes down to manpower, but the suggestion was that you do a raid, but you do the raid either statewide or citywide, because then they get on the phone and they alert each other. And all you have to do is go in there with a list of the approved chemicals, approved products that the feds have put out. And if you find anything that's not on that list, you shut them down and you take action against them. And that's one way that local governments can start getting control of these smoke shops without waiting for the federal government to do something or to issue what's on the list, what's not on the list. Let's work with what we have. This person is willing to come to our community, to travel here, and we can bring him in to really talk about a plan, how we can go. And it could be statewide, but we're obviously concerned about our city and making sure that our kids stay safe. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make. And what are your thoughts if we did legislation to not allow people to buy back the very properties that they allowed to be demolished, or the properties that we ended up having to sell at sheriff's sale because of fees and such?
So thank you for the question. To clarify my statement before, I mentioned that the the like a mortgage company, the financial institution that's responsible, oftentimes can essentially allow the property go into sheriff's sale, and then have a representative come and purchase it back, not necessarily the owner. Just as a point of clarification, and if there's a legal way to prevent that, to ensure that we recoup the funds that we're putting out from a demolition standpoint, I think it's something that we should definitely explore. And in terms of tobacco enforcement, that is done at the state level, but we're willing to support from a business compliance standpoint however we can. We are not law enforcement, we're code enforcement. So at some point there's a level of enforcement that goes beyond what our staff is able to do. They're not trained to stand their ground, right? They're trained to get up out of there, and that's what I want them to do. But if there's an opportunity for us to partner from a business compliance standpoint, that we're more than willing to do that.
Yes, and my apologies, because really what I should have stated is that they all go in as a team. You get the state, you have law enforcement, and then we would have our department go in as well, because we would be the ones basically shutting them down and just making sure through our laws and regulations that they're not able to open the business up again. Because it is a problem. I mean, everywhere you go, they're just everywhere. They're popping up everywhere like weeds, and they really are weeds in the community. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Larkin, to you and your team.
Thank you. I'm going to push it out to the public. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Brandon Fletcher to come at this time. If you're in the Zoom room, you can share your question. Please share your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes. I'll come back to Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Jamila Davy.
Hi there.
Hi.
This is Jamila Davy from the 5th District.
Hi.
I wanted to just comment on some of the neighborhood planning council, district planning council right now. And just to give some more perspective on that, it is the case. I will echo what I've heard from some other counselors about that slide not mirroring quite the reality that we, of the project. So like for instance, for the 5th District, we had an approval for that 60K that's on the slide to be put toward.
I'm sorry, Ms. Davy. There is a technical difficulty with your microphone. It's going in and out.
Okay, it must be my Wi-Fi here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just going in and out, but proceed.
Okay, well, I'll give it a try. Yeah, I just want to add, and I think it's important because, the question was asked about additional being towards PCs. And so I think it's important to understand that, the agencies are making effort to spend these funds. And some of the barriers include park projects. And we definitely have to coordinate with Parks and Rec, for example, to move those forward. And I know, for example, that the 7th District has been trying to put in a particular piece of play equipment for years. And it depends on the timing of those projects. And that, there is a desire to work more closely with planning, people with planning expertise. Phil is wonderful. But there's further need to collaborate with the city on these projects. So I think there's a little disconnect to think that it's possible for the MPCs to fully manage projects. There needs to be more collaboration to move them forward so that we can, because all this money has to be, spent on our public infrastructure. So there's important teams in place for that. So I remember last year, I think Councilwoman Oliver made the point that we should have more planners. I know it's easier said than done, but I want to, you know, second that. And then I also would just like to say that when it comes to the comprehensive plan, you know, we would love, you know, community members would love to be a part of, you know, putting together the plan, not just simply giving feedback on it, but helping to shape, you know, the kind of range of possibilities that are under consideration. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I would like to thank Mr. Nahid Hossein, the OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, Director of Land Use and Planning, Mr. Elliot Larkins, as well as his deputy, Ms. Flagg, as well as the entire OMB team. If there's any follow-up information, we're asking that you please provide it to Ms. Bassnight. And at this time, we would like to take a 10-minute break. We will be returning within, let's see, 6:39. What's that? Let's say 6:50. We will be returning at 6:50. And when we return, Vice Chair Bracy will be chairing the next budget hearing for license and inspection. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you when we get back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
evening, honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney Saran Cade, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney Stephanie Mergler, Financial Controller, Legislative Administrative Assistant Ajay English, License and Inspection Commissioner Pabon, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I'm now calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Department of Licensing and Inspections, as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. I am Vice Chair Letitia Bracy, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. First, I'd like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance by doing a roll call. Chair Harley.
Present.
Councilwoman Oliver.
Present.
Councilwoman Darby. Councilman Hackett. Councilman Spadola. President Congo. And now to recognize any other council members present, Councilman Owens.
Present.
Councilwoman Cabrera. See, she's online. Councilwoman Willauer.
Present.
Councilman Johnson. Councilman Field. Councilwoman McCoy.
I'm present.
Thank you. I'd like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to participation from the public. Public comments, as always, are limited to 3 minutes, and if there's any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings missed past night, we'll track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask that we all can be mindful, respectful of time. All questions should be of fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based on time limitations. I ask that of my colleagues, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. It's the intention of each department to present, and then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members, as always, will be acknowledged first, and then the rest of the council, followed by the public at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions, 2 follow-ups, and again, questions will start with Finance Committee members and then move to the other colleagues. And now we'll turn it over to Mr. Hussain, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, and then we'll be followed up with Commissioner Pabon, as well as our question and answer session with council. This hearing tentatively scheduled for 90 minutes. Mr. Hussain, floor is yours.
Good evening, Council, Madam, and the members of City Council. Today, I'll be providing an overview of the FY2027 Licenses and Inspections Department budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $4 million. This is an increase of almost $242,000, or 6.4%. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, personal services increased by a net $245,000, or 8.5%, due to COLAs, mandatory step increases, and strategic reorganization. This reorganization resulted in a net increase of 1 FTE. In addition, several FY2026 mid-year amendment position changes took place. These changes included the addition of a Deputy Commissioner of Licenses and Inspections at $187,000 and a Property Compliance Officer at $106,000. At the same time, the Code Enforcement Supervisor position was eliminated, resulting in a savings of $172,000. There was also a mid-year upgrade to the Code Enforcement Administrator position from grade 6 to grade 8, with an increase of $10,000. Additionally, an Administrative Clerk 2 position was also added at $85,000, while the Administrative Supervisor position was eliminated, resulting in a savings of $118,000. Next slide, please. On the MS&E side, the department has a decrease of $21,000, or 6.7%, primarily due to aligning the budget with prior year's actuals. Notable decreases include temporary agencies, $5,000, consultants $4,000, registration fees $3,500, and furniture, fixture, and office equipment $3,500. That concludes my overview of the FY 2027 licenses and inspection department's proposed budget. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of council, first I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to present my FY27 budget for Department of License Inspections and answer any of the questions that you may have. I'd like to first start by recognizing my team, especially the men and women that are in the field, the inspectors. They're our eyes out in the field. They're the boots on the ground, and they're walking the neighborhoods and working with everyone every day. My administrative staff, who serve the constituents, they process the documents that we need to move our department forward and also keep our operations efficient. I want to acknowledge the supervisors, code enforcement administrator, and especially my administrative assistant who work every day behind the scenes to make sure that we work and carry out our duties for every day. I want to thank all the department partners, the mayor's office for the continued support, and the mayor for trusting me to lead this great department. Although this is my second budget hearing, this is my first full presentation as the leader of this organization, as this team. So I'm pretty excited to share my priorities with you guys. So I want to start with the vision statement for our department. And our vision statement is the Department of License Inspection is responsible for promoting the general welfare and protecting the life, health, and safety of all citizens of Wilmington by monitoring city buildings and housing stock through code enforcement and abatement of code violations. This is achieved by implementation of a fair, unbiased application of the Wilmington City Code. Our goal is to facilitate voluntary compliance by working in partnership with our constituents. I do want to share some of my FY27 departmental priorities. First, it's strengthening code enforcement and compliance by continuing to transition from a reactive to a proactive enforcement model to ensure that consistent citywide coverage and prompt addressing of violations is happening. By expanding enforcement efforts on vacant and blighted properties through our dedicated inspection teams, citywide sweeps, neighborhood enhancement programs, and standard inspection protocols. Also by continuing to identify unlicensed and unregistered rental property owners through proactive investigation and interdepartmental collaboration, ensuring that full compliance with licensing and registration is met. Again, also by strengthening enforcement of civil penalties and escalating non-compliant cases, including referrals to delinquent accounts and sheriff's sale. And as we spoke earlier, also to the nuisance property team. And I'll speak on those a little later. Some of our other priorities are to enhance the department operational efficiency by continuing the implementation, using and optimizing Salesforce tracking system, and improve the data and the case tracking and overall departmental performance. Develop and implement departmental policies, procedures, and standard operating guidelines to ensure consistent and accountability across all processes that our department do when it regards to inspections and enforcement, and to continue to improve our processes for our specialized teams, including the rental and vacant teams. One of my biggest priorities, and I think our team did a good job, and I think we want to really continue, is the increase of community engagement and public awareness about our department. By expanding our proactive community outreach efforts through public meetings, education material, and collaborating with neighborhood groups, civic groups to promote awareness to the code requirements and the compliance responsibilities. Increase accessibility to the department leadership by strengthening relationships with residents, civic leaders, and again, elected officials, and addressing neighborhood concerns. Improve communication strategies by modernizing a notification process in accordance with city code and requirements, and providing clear guidance to property owners and compliance expectations. Promoting transparency by sharing inspection processes, compliance standards, and enforcement initiatives with property owners and community. And encouraging, again, as our mission statement states, is voluntary compliance to work with the owners and come up with reasonable compliance plans. I want to now get into the questions.
Understanding the five-year revenue and expenditure projections show expenditures far outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30, and FY27 general fund proposed budget uses 25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Please share how this budget aligns with closing any potential budget gaps in your department. And you can specify any cost savings or reductions, and then also specify any high-level major additions to your department.
Okay, so the reductions for A is there's a reduction of approximately $21,000 of our MSNE account. Yes, the current budget provides adequate resources to meet our needs. And the answer to B is one net full-time employee was added as part of the departmental staff and reorganization. And I'll get into that one later because there's another question about that, so I think it's just best to get to it then.
Next question. Neighborhood stabilization is a budget priority for council. Please explain how your budget is aligned with that priority and shared any budgeted allocations and resources.
Okay, so this question, there is no separate line for neighborhood stabilization. Neighborhood stabilization is embedded in license inspections, mission, operations, and the enforcement strategy. So it's pretty much in everything that we do. The investment is to neighborhood stabilization. It's in the personnel services and the resources that this budget provides us to accomplish our job, right, for neighborhood stabilization. So they allocated through 17 inspectors, the support staff, and our focus is to focus on vacant property registration and enforcement, target inspection, addressing the blight, the nuisance, and the unsafe structures, proactively identify the unlicensed and unregistered rental properties, and civil penalties and compliance enforcement to drive property improvement.
Thank you. The next question is just to discuss any proposed changes to positions, any vacants that you may have.
Currently, there are 2 vacant positions. I have a vacant enforcement inspector that unfortunately passed about 45 days ago. And that position has been posted. I also have a position, the administrative clerk, vacant since March 5th. Both of those positions were vacant for about 40 days, and both of them are posted currently. The justification and the need for these positions, both of these positions are critical to our daily operations and our enforcement efforts. Current vacant positions, they've caused some delays in case processing and inspections and complaint resolution. Reducing staffing limits proactive enforcement and the violation monitoring, which is the new direction in which the department is going. So filling these roles are necessary to restore our efficiency and improve our service, our daily service, and ensure that timely response is being met, especially for the community.
And the next question just expounds a little bit more on that. And you can discuss any proposed changes to positions, any new positions, deleted positions, upgrades that are happening in your department.
Yes. So one of the upgrades is the new position is Deputy Commissioner of License and Inspections. The majority of the position cost is being offset by the deletion of the code enforcement supervisor. The impact that it has on our organization, it strengthens our leadership structure in the chain of command. It realigns and supports executive level operational oversight. It improves accountability and efficiency with our team, and it distributes the leadership responsibilities, allowing me to focus on our overall department, our needs of our neighborhoods. Currently, right now, how we're structured, there is no person right under me. There's just 2 supervisors who do the same. So adding that position just adds a better flow for the department, and it enhances our department, and I think greatly. Also, while this position does not generate any income, the realignment of the executive level operation, it'll optimize our department and ultimately drive an increase in revenue through some improved efficiencies. And you'll see that later in the presentation on how that position can really help. The other position, this is a new position. This is a property compliance officer that I'm excited about, right? And we'll talk about this one later. And I think you guys discussed a lot of it in the previous budget hearing. This person will strengthen our enforcement on rental properties and vacant registration, something that has not been done. And you'll see some numbers that what we've been able to accomplish with just part-time people in just a couple months. It focuses on ensuring that the landlords remain in full compliance with licensing requirements. That's the first thing. The second thing, it will identify unregistered and non-compliant rental properties. It'll initiate the enforcement action, sets the fines when appropriate, right? These are codes that have been sitting in our code, pretty much in our code book that we really never tapped into it. And this person will be able to hold absentee landlords that are unregulated, property owners, and in the inspection process. So, and ensure that the progressive enforcement process continues. So once we do identify them, once we issue the violations, this person will make sure that they stay compliant. And they do that by working a lot with finance, right, with all the delinquent accounts. The revenue impact the compliance officer will have, it'll generate the increase of rental license compliance fees. It'll also, the revenue will improve the collection rates. So people who are licensed, who haven't been paying, who are always delayed on paying, we will make sure this person will be out in the field making sure that they pay. And they will generate fines for the non-compliant property owners. And, it'll make sure that every property we have in the city falls in a certain category. And when I say property, I'm talking about residential and multi-unit properties. So it'll fall in categories of owner-occupied, a vacant lot, a vacant building, or rental property. Once we identify that it's a rental, then this person will make sure that it stays in compliance at all times.
So question 5 is, how is your proposed budget addressing vacant nuisance and neglected properties?
Okay. So for A, specific budget funding allocation. So there is no specific budget line for to address vacant nuisance and neglected property. Addressing these properties are part of the department's responsibility, and we currently have with our new structure of our department, we currently have 3 full-time code enforcement inspectors and a code enforcement administrator who's dedicated to vacant properties throughout the city. We do have some supporting budget things that do support vacant properties and nuisance properties, and that's in the $130,000 that is budgeted for property maintenance for vacant property services. And that is to contract them to board up the properties, secure vacant properties, clean up and maintain vacant lots, and do some partial demo and some emergency work after hours when fires occur. There is a $50,000 budget amount in IT, and that's to improve our vacant property module in Salesforce. But that's also going to improve the rental module in Salesforce too. So that's going to enhance the system that we currently use. For B, answer to B is the amount funded, is the amount allocated, is it enough, and why? Yes, the current budget supports operations addressing vacant, nuisance, and neglected properties. The departmental restructuring, the updated policies and procedures, the technology have strengthened efficiency and case management. The department can effectively manage property issues without any additional funds at this time. 5C, share any measurable outcomes for the last 2 fiscal years, including any reduction in complaints, improving compliance rate, and any properties brought back into productive use. In FY26 and to date, because we're not done, due to the proactive work from the vacant team, I mean, it's just not just a vacant team, my whole team, to include other departments that help us in this fight against these long-time vacant properties, right? Our vacant team, they've identified, we've been able to transition 217 properties from vacant to occupied, right? Some of them were long-time occupied. Some of them is we worked with some of the owners to make sure these properties come into compliance and they're occupied. We've identified 153 new vacant properties. We've issued 2,085 violations to vacant properties, and we've issued 220 civil fines to vacant properties, issued 275 instant tickets to vacant properties, and issued 523 warnings to vacant properties. I know it says 2 years, but I'm unable to provide the FY25 due to the system limitations and the way that our department was structured. Now that our department is dedicated with vacant teams, I can see the work that they do in the properties that they're doing, and that's part of the enhancement. Once we ID a property vacant, I can now run reports based on vacant properties only. We do have some limitations there, and that's the reason that I have that addition in the IT budget. Answer to 5D, especially specify the amount funded recouped in the last 2 fiscal years for property maintenance. In FY25, it was $148,000 that we recouped for property maintenance. We don't have the revenue recouped in FY26. Again, there are some limitations with the system. Obviously, we have a new payment system to pay for L&I fees, and we're currently working on the reports to be able to report back the revenue from that line for the property maintenance. I can assure you that every property maintenance bill that we receive is put on a property. 5E, specify the amount of revenue collected for nuisance properties for the last 2 years. We do not collect fees for nuisance property. I think you guys spoke about it earlier, and I'm sure we're going to have questions on it later. Public Nuisance Ordinance, Chapter 5-58, it's a point system, and it leads to criminal charges, and it's run by the law department. But it's a lot of us. There's a lot of departments that work into this, but there is no fee that is collected on nuisance properties, unless they're vacant, and they're vacant fees and they're fines. 5F, specify the amount budgeted pertaining to wild animal rodents. There is we currently have $30,000, and it's in a consultant line, and it's shared with other resources that we use for consulting. Our goal is to hold, before we use these funds, my mission and goal is to make sure that we hold owners accountable for their properties before we start using city funds. And that's just not for this specific line. It's for everything, right? Before we come out and board up your property, we make sure we contact the people, the owners, and hold them accountable for boarding up their properties before we start using the city resources. So that money is in a shared line, and there's other resources that are coming out of that line. Question 5G, share the number of vacant properties in the city. We currently have 1,084 vacant properties in the city. That is all properties. That's to include all the exempt properties. I specify the number of vacant properties by the land bank. Land bank, currently, I have the land bank owning 37 vacant structures owned by the land bank. That is structures, so that is not including lots. Specify the amount of vacant property registration fees collected in the last 2 years. Vacant property fees collected in FY25 was approximately about $1 million. The city doesn't have the final revenue for FY26. However, billed vacant property registration for FY26 is approximately $5.3 million, and that was what was billed in November 1 of 2025, which is up from the $2.1 million that was billed. And assuming that the same rate on bad debt in FY26, vacant property revenue would be around $2.6 million, an increase of $1.6 million. And that has to do with the increase of the fees. Obviously, the fee structure was increased, but also more people. One thing that I'm seeing is as we're meeting people and we're communicating with people and we're giving them a decision to either fix their vacant properties or sell their vacant properties, or we take your vacant properties, they're making the decision to sell. A lot of people are making the decision to sell. So a lot of those fees are being recouped on the sale. So I think that, I'm pretty, I'm not going to say I'm sure, but I'm pretty confident that that second number is, it's definitely an increase from FY25.
All right, question 6. Can you share how your budget addresses the work of the 17 inspectors that you have on your team, which includes rental inspection enforcement, virtual inspections, non-licensed rental property owners, working without a permit, demolitions, rent escrow, et cetera?
Okay. So rental, how we, first I want to say that the way that we use our inspectors, I presented in a meeting previous about the restructuring of the department and how now the 17 inspectors are broken down into different groups, focusing on certain tasks and certain properties. So as far as the rental inspection enforcement, I think the question to A was, is it enough, right? Is there enough being budgeted? So for the rental inspection, the answer is yes. For the rental enforcement, yes. The current budget supports operations addressing rental inspections. The establishment of the rental team changes in the rental inspection process and the how we schedule and how we inspect has led to an increase to 625 units inspected so far up to date from the 584 that was done in FY25. Our new target for FY26 is 1,000 units. A lot of that has to do with we no longer sit back and let landlords tell us when they're going to be inspected. We inspect them based on the code every 2 years or every 5 years. I also want to take the time to talk about our new program, right? High-rise and multi-unit inspections, right? A lot of these buildings have not been inspected in many, many years, right? For whatever reason. We conducted our first inspection of 150 units in a high-rise. We're scheduled to inspect another 200-unit building, 180-unit building, and a 43-unit building, one in April, one in June, and one in May. And that's going to definitely increase our rental inspections. But it's to make sure that we get a baseline of these high rises. We're inspecting 100% of every unit and every building. And we're going based on the buildings where we've had the most tenant complaints, where people, or we've been made aware that there's a lot of issues in these buildings, but people are afraid to make complaints. So our job is to get in these buildings and make sure that we get them on a rotation and make sure that the owners know that we are watching and we're going to be there every 5 years or every 2 years as required. So that has really supported our rental inspection. B, virtual inspections. We currently do not do virtual inspections. Our inspections are in person, and all of our clear violations are in person, and that is required. Question 6C, non-licensed rental property owners. This is where that property compliance officer will work, but in the short time that we've been doing this, I want to say July, I think 3rd was the first violation. It was like the beginning of July was the first violation that we issued. The establishment of the rental team and the proactive approach to identifying unlicensed owners and unregistered units. We've issued 457 violations since to owners operating without a valid rental license or units not being registered. 275 violations have been brought into compliance, and 375 unregistered rental units have been brought into compliance. And that's good because once we bring them into compliance, now we can put them on the inspection list, right? If we don't know they exist, we can't inspect them. So they've been going undetected for so many years. Now that we know that we have them, we have the building, we have them registered, we have them licensed, now we can put them on the inspection. So we've issued 87 fines and total $87,000. There is some pending legislation, some conversations and system enhancements and additional, the property officer, compliance officer. and our limited service employee will be able to increase the efforts, and I think it will lead to more owners being detected that are not licensed. Question 6D, working without a permit on weekends and after hours. When licensing inspections, our department does the on-call. So land use and planning, although they issue the permits, they issue the violations for people not working without a permit, they issue the fines. They don't have inspectors on call. So our on-call inspector, when they identify that work's being done without a permit, usually during after hours or on the weekends, and it's determined that a permit is required, because not every time a permit is required. The contractor, we will note it. Director Larkins spoke earlier, how we would note it. We would then direct it to their department for follow-up, and their department will then send someone out during business hours to make sure that they need the necessary permit if they feel that someone needs to go out, or they might issue the penalty at the property. Again, our protocol is that the inspector will notify our management team, who will then send out an email to land use and planning to their designated permit email, and also copy the deputy director, who will then deploy her resources to make sure that permits are obtained. Demolition, E, within my department purview. We have a really small demolition line. It's $10,000, and it's used for small demos, fencing, stabilizing properties until we're able to escalate the site. To be investigated by land use. Director Larkin spoke about sometimes, again, after hours, we get something like 600, I want to say West 9th Street. We come out at 2 o'clock in the morning. We're unable to secure the property, unable to get a hold of the owner. We call a company, we'll put out the fencing, we'll pay for the fencing. Sometimes if the same demo company gets the fencing, they'll just bill one bill, and land use and planning will pick it up. Our role in this line is just to stabilize it and make things safe until we're able to get to it. Rent escrow. The rent escrow will be administered by the First State Community Action Agency. Their contract will be funded by a $100,000 grant from the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. The mayor's office will monitor the grant funds throughout the year. Once the funds are critical in a low point, they'll arrange for another infusion. Our role with the rental escrow is exactly that. We go out, we identify if there are the violations and if they fit the criteria, and then they go to the third party.
Thank you. Before we go to question 7, I want to acknowledge President Congo is on the line, and Councilmember McCoy. So question 7, understanding the city does not directly oversee animal control enforcement, Sheriff, the $310,000 that's allocated for the animal control contract sufficiently addresses the needs of the city, and explain why or why not.
Yes, the $310,000 that's allocated for animal control is enough. The amount is based on the current contract. This contract expires June 30th, 2027. So the money, the funds that are in that line is based on the current contract, and it will go out to bid next year.
Okay, thank you. And then question 8, if you could just discuss any of the amount of funding that you have set aside for training, professional growth, and development for your staff.
So, approximately $15,000 is allocated for professional learning, continued professional growth, and staff development across several budget lines. Some of the funds are mandated by the CBA for their annual bonuses for obtaining and maintaining their ICC certification and for their required renewal. The rest of the funds are used for training events and continuing education and research. A lot of the training that we do is on a daily basis. We do small groups, and because we have these teams, we have sit-in training, once a month or as needed, to make sure that they understand the processes. So a lot of that training and the development is being done by, again, the supervisors, myself, or someone who leads that team, sometimes from the members themselves. So we self-train, and we make sure that we stay up on the current, all the current codes.
Thank you. And so the final is just the organizational chart. and the description of your team.
Yep. So, small, right? 27, 28. The whole department do a lot of good work. Obviously, it's me. The deputy commissioner currently is vacant, but as you can see, there would be the appointments, or the code enforcement supervisor, the administrative assistant. There's an LSC that works. She currently does a lot of the work behind the scenes when it comes to verifying licenses, working in Munis, making sure that people are compliant and entering a lot of information when it comes to the rental properties. Administrative clerks, there are 2 1s, 1 2, and 1 3, and there are 4 employees. 1 is vacant. It's posted. Code enforcement 17. Those are broken down into 11 area inspectors, 3 vacant inspectors, and 3 rental team inspectors. But they all can do everyone's job. They're all trained the same. They all walk and talk, and the policies and procedures are very clear, that any inspector at any time can pick up where another inspector left off and can do the same work, although they're different. Code enforcement administrator, and then that property compliance officer will go right underneath that code enforcement administrator, which is, she monitors all the vacant properties.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for your first full one. Congratulations. But also, I can see from when you started last year to now that you are taking it serious to transform the Department of Licensing and Inspections, and I appreciate that because as you'll hear, I'm sure, from some of our council members, there are a lot of complaints about the efficacy of the department and how we're really catching some of the problems. You heard it in the last conversation. So thank you for laying out the plan. I have one question before I open it up to my colleagues. How long do you think, like, I know you're building out this transition plan, and that's part of why you're adding the deputy commissioner. Are there other pieces of this that you're going to be working on throughout the next fiscal year that, as far as implementation, or is this kind of like you spent, last year kind of getting the plan together, and now you're at a place now where you can?
Yeah, so the plan, I don't want anyone to think that I had a plan and I'm like waiting to implement a plan. No, the plan was like implemented the day I started planning. Like we hit the ground running, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not waiting for the stars to align to start getting to work. Like we've been working since day one. And obviously, there was a lot of change. So I do want to applaud, the members of L&I because there's been a lot of change and some rechange and a lot of training. But we have been working the plan. As we developed the plan, we've been working the plan. And you can see in the number of cases that we've dealt with, the number of violations that we've cleared, it's working well. So I don't anticipate us, sitting around waiting for, the deputy to get in place to do deputy work for the property. Oh, like if you notice the property compliance officer, right? The work that person is going to do is being done now by like 4 people, right? And that's, and we're using resources. Right now, we're relying a lot on finance because there were so many delinquent rental licenses that we can work there with someone in-house. But that property compliance officer is going to be in the street. That person is going to identify these vacants. They're on Zillow, they're on HousePad, they're on Facebook, they're looking at signs, rental properties, like they're doing the work. So, as we are developing the plan, we are working and we're out in the field and we're just making some changes.
All right. That's awesome. All right. So now I'll open it up for questions from council members. Any finance committee members or other council members? You go ahead. Go ahead. Councilwoman Willauer?
Yeah, so I had a couple of questions. And I guess I'm going to start with the vacant property program. It looks like, just looking at these numbers here, that you are billing $3 million more, or in 2026, you billed $3 million more in vacant property fines than you did in 2025. So 2026, you billed $5.3 million, and FY 2025, you billed $2.1 2.1 million. And my question is why the $3 million jump in vacant property fines billed?
Yeah, there was ordinance that was sponsored by Councilwoman Cabrera back in 2024, right? I think it was like 30-046 that changed the fee structure, the amount of what you're billing now for a property that's been vacant for 5 years versus what was 10. So that, it also allowed for a lot of great things, right? It allowed for people not to have to register their property until it's been vacant for 6 months instead of 45 days. It allows for an abatement program, right, to work with us. It allowed for commercial properties to be put on a register, be registered vacant if 75% of the property was not occupied. It allowed for a lot of things. Part of that was the fee structure. It was not, although it was approved, it did not take effect until January 1st of 2025. I came on January 8th. So the bills, obviously the bills for November 1st, all vacant bills are billed in November. Obviously the bills from November 1st of 2025 had the new fee structure. So if you had a property that was vacant for 6 years, the bill, it used to be like $3,000, right? Well, $3,000 is not a lot. It's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money for someone who has a portfolio of 150 houses, right? They come in, they pay the $3,000, and the house is vacant. That's how we end up with houses that have been vacant for 33 years, 30 years, 20 years, 15 years. And that's the bulk of it. I have the breakdown of how long these properties have been vacant. But it allows, those fees went up. Although we build that many, I think I'm seeing more compliance and more communication with our team now, because what they're doing is they know that ultimately they're going to lose their homes if they don't fix their vacant properties, right? Some way, somehow. So what they do is they put it on the market. When they put it on the market, somebody comes in, they purchase the home, they're able to get a waiver, right? They're able to get a year, and that allows for a waiver. It also, the new code allows for a second year extension to the waiver. So if someone takes a property that's been vacant for a long time, and in a year they can't rehab it, they can come back to us the next year and say, hey, I need an extension. We sit down with them, we go over their compliance plan, we do a site visit, which is, this is all new, right? We take pictures, we make sure there's permits, make sure there's progress, and we work with them to make sure that the property becomes occupied. So the fee structure changed. I said a lot just to say that the fee structure changed, and it was implemented in January 1st of 2025. That's why you saw the jump in vacant fees.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
Yep.
So, and we've talked about this, but I just want to have a chance to talk about it here with this committee. There are a number of people who have contacted me who have gotten caught up in the City of Wilmington's vacant property registration fee situation. And all of them have properties, like the three that I'm going to bring up, all their properties are fully renovated, occupied, and in my opinion, the purpose of, there's always this balance between kind of getting compliance and getting fee revenue. And the purpose of fees should never be, getting the revenue. It should be getting compliance. So the vacant property registration program, gives the city the opportunity to impose these fines. But there are like this, one property, the person bought it from the land bank. Property was in a giant mess. This property on 4th Street, property was, really needed a ton of work. This guy brought this property back from the dead. He bought it out of the land bank. It had been vacant. He, it was COVID. There's a lot of miscommunications. So for whatever reason, the city of Wilmington had put these fines on it. I think the property has like $24,000 in vacant property fines. But at the same time, this guy took this property back from the dead. Like, he got it renovated, I think in 2 years, and it became, it became a occupied property. To me, the policy goal of the vacant property registration program has been achieved, and this guy shouldn't owe any money in vacant property fees. And I have another property. The person contacted me.
Can I speak on that property?
No. I got two here.
Okay.
And then the other property, I'll give you three. The other property, the person, got the property from the land bank, renovated it, somehow his property was taken to foreclosure for like $5,000 or something like that. And he had to, you know, cough up all this money at holiday time. And it just I didn't understand how he could be taken to foreclosure for such little amount of money. And then the third property, the property was vacant, and then the person renovated it. Took them a couple years to renovate it. It's been occupied for the last 10 years. They say they got waivers back in 2012 for the vacant property registration fee. Somehow the department doesn't have a record of that, and now they are being like demanded to pay the city of Wilmington $7,500 for a property that like was vacant at some time, but it's been occupied for 10 years. To me, there's like no problem with this property, and they shouldn't owe the city anything. And I just think that we need to have something, if it's not in your ability to have some, forgiveness, I just don't think that we should be just taking money for people just because at some point, they were fixing up the property. To me, if the property has been fixed up, the policy goal has been achieved, and people should be able to hold on to their money because they did fix up these properties. It's not a problem, It's nothing that they should be paying so much money to the city for. So that's my question is just, what is your policy around that? And do you have a policy for, forgiving some vacant property fees if the circumstances demand? And what are those circumstances?
So when I say I know my inventory in the city, I'm pretty confident that I'm knowing and I know. So without saying addresses and names, which I know these properties, you're right, it renovated in 2 years, but he had it for 15 years. He had it vacant for 15 years. He acquired it through the land bank. One thing that this new code does allow is that the clock resets. So before, when someone purchased a property from the land bank, the clock continued. So if the property was vacant for 15 years, you bought it from the land bank, when you were assessed the bill, it was based on the 15 years of it being vacant. Now it resets. All the fees are cleared, the property resets, you're the new owner. So I do agree that, but I think that, and I don't want to get into it, we can get into it, in another meeting, but I think you have to be careful of the stories that you hear from certain people about their vacant properties, because that is not the case in these cases. Yeah, it's renovated. Yeah, it's rented now. But the reason he was sent to sheriff's sale was because he hadn't paid his taxes in 3 years or water bills in 2 years. And in addition, the fees from the L&I. So that property was vacant for a long time. The same thing with the other property, right? Those fees were assessed in 2013. The property was vacant in 2006 to 2011. It got 2 waivers, which it was eligible for. In 2012, they couldn't prove that the place was occupied. In 2013, they pulled permits, they renovated the property. It's been rented since. The reason that property ended up in sheriff's sale, because again, they didn't pay their water bills and their taxes. So then the vacant fees are now highlighted because, I have a 2012 vacant fee, but you can't prove that your property wasn't vacant that year. We removed $26,500 from that property from vacant fees because they were assessed once we discovered that the property was indeed occupied. We removed the $26,500, but that is what this vacant team is doing now. You really can't hold me accountable for properties that have been vacant for 25 years. These vacant teams, that is what they're doing. They are identifying vacants. They're on them to make sure that we don't have situations where we're paying $100,000 to demo a house to put it on the land that no one's ever going to recoup. We identify them early. We enforce early. We stay consistent. We hold owners accountable. And if they don't do what they're going to do with their properties, then there's consequences, right? We can't wait 20 years. We can't wait for the properties to be boarded up, get weathered, get snowed on for 20, 25 years. Because I do agree, he fixed the property up, but someone lives next door to that property. And someone has been dealing with that property for 15 years. So, we can get into other properties, but I think that there's, I don't think a lot of times we're hearing the truth about the property. And these properties we're not talking about, none of these properties that are occupied are going to sheriff's sale. None of these properties are going to sheriff's sale. The properties that I have a very specific criteria on properties that I send to sheriff's sale or that I send to delinquent accounts. And those are prolonged vacancies with property being deteriorated, persistent nuisance conditions negatively impacting the surrounding communities and neighborhoods, a substantial outstanding debt owed to the city of Wilmington through license inspections, our debt. That is something that's never been looked at, and that's something that's happening now, right? 409 Washington is a great example, right? Property is vacant for 20 years. It's been sitting there with a lot of debt. I pushed that house to sheriff's sale, right? Unfortunately, we had a fire, but there's a criteria that I meet. I'm not in the, we're not looking at properties that are owner occupied. The other thing is the one property that we talked about that's vacant since 2012, and she, stated that, hey, it's been occupied. Well, if you don't pull a permit, you don't have inspections, you don't have a rental license, and you're renting without a license, how do I know your property is occupied, right? The system, when you look in the system, before we didn't have vacant teams. When you look in the system is saying it's vacant, right? A lot of times we have no water usage, right? So if there's no water usage in the property and then we find out later that they've been stealing water, right? How do we know that someone is living there? We can't remove it from the vacant property list until we do, and again, that is what the vacant team is doing. That's why when you see them out there, that's the beauty of the vacant team, right? They have a certain amount of properties that they see every day. They know the owners. I tell them, call the owners, find out the owners, find out who's responsible for them, build relationships, ask them what they're going to do with their properties, and let's get them to move in. So the code does allow me to abate fees. But if you have fees that were assessed to the property and they were assessed properly, right, and it's been 10, 15 years, I can't remove those fees. Those fees stay on that property, right? They can speak with delinquent account. They can get into payment plans. They can get into other stuff. But that's only after the property is ready to occupy or occupied.
So I had a follow-up, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean,
That's your third question. I have a question.
can I just ask one?
Go ahead.
I just
one,
think,
and then we'll do
I just
second
want to say that, I think that there are situations, I hear what you're saying, but I have dealt with properties that I think have been assessed fees unfairly. And we've talked, and you have, not been willing to remove any of the fees. And I think we're going to have a policy solution to this, because we can't have people who are renovating properties in neighborhoods and then just having the city just take money from them. I don't think it makes any sense. So I think we're going to have to go with a policy with like some kind of legislative solution. But I believe there's an administrative solution to this. I wish we could get there, but if not, we're going to have to work on policy solution.
All right, Councilmember McCoy and then Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you. That last question was very intense. I definitely would love to hear more about that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I almost forgot what the heck I was about to ask. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Commissioner Pabon, I did want to get more information about the escrow program. I did seen that it was mentioned on the on your budget hearing, and I just wanted to find out: is there a timeline? When will we be able to get started with promotion, and when will L&I state that they are actually ready to start sending out people for those types of calls?
Yes, so the question was that if there was any, if I allocated any funds for that program, and the answer was no. It's being done by the third party, as you know. We are currently right now waiting on the, we have the language that needs to go into the new violation form. So when you issue a violation to a property, they know that this property is may be eligible for rent escrow, and where to kind of like where to direct them. Once we get that, now it's the implementation of the Salesforce to change that violation. As you earlier, Director Larkin talked about the audit that's happening. So the team that used to work on Salesforce is no longer working on Salesforce. So there's an audit being done, and there's a new team that's going to be working on it. So as soon as we have the language, we get the violation form changed, and there is a meeting being set up with the, I want to say the company that's doing the rent escrow. We're going to write a policy and then how we can direct them. I don't really have a timeline, but I can, we can work on getting you an answer.
Okay, may I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Commissioner, I actually am very aware that we do have a third party. So I wasn't about whether or not funds are coming from LNI to fund this program. So I think what you were just trying to state was that Salesforce has to be involved when it comes to writing new language for those maybe those form and the placard. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the violation form has to be changed to add the language that is required to make sure that people know that there is a rent escrow. When we have the language, the law department drew up the language. Once we put it on the vacant on the violation form, but in the meantime, I know that we're setting up meetings to come up with the policy while we're waiting on the development. While we're waiting on the development of the violation form in Salesforce, we do have a meeting being scheduled to make sure that LNI and the mayor's office and everyone that needs to be involved is aligned on how these properties are going to go to the organization for the rent escrow.
Okay, I need one more follow up.
Yes.
One
Madam
more.
Chair.
Last one.
Okay, thank you. I see. Yeah, no more questions. This is the follow up. So, all right. Now, honestly, the thing is, I've actually already met with First State, with the deputy chief of staff to kind of go over, I guess what their portion of things, and I guess the whole handoff thing. I'm very surprised that we're still having these meetings about getting this policy put together. This has been months ago when I had that conversation, and we have given ourselves 120 days to go from step A to basically completion. And I think that we're getting close to that timeline. And I really need to know, like, I really need to put more impetus on how we get things done. I'm telling you, sense of urgency seems to be the key factor when it comes to our city right now. It seems no one's remembering the timelines that we're setting for ourselves as we're trying to get these things done. So I just really wanted to, this is not even a question, it's a comment that I really need to push that the 120 days started at the time of the signing, and I will look it up, but we really need to try to stay as close to as possible for those timelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to make a statement based on what my colleague had mentioned, and she mentioned something in the back about the chip paint also. So I'm aware of how the good job that the LNI is doing, but I wouldn't want us to become predatory towards residents because we're starting all these new policies. And just to hear, like you said, you do have to be careful about some of the stories because it has been times when I've listened to one story and then when you do some investigation, it is another story. But just to hear 3 different stories, and she's mentioning something in the back about people getting, these tickets for just chip paint, and I'm saying this because in today's economy, with everything, the gas, the electric, food and everything. I'm not saying y'all can't do your job, but I just hope we would be a little bit sensitive with some of these individuals who are trying to help build the city up. And it also brings me to the point that, sometimes you go to these meetings. I've been to a couple of them some of these people come to committee meetings, talking about how they've been harassed and they are moving out of the city. And I kind of mentioned that with Larkin. A lot of people prefer to buy property in Newcastle, or now you have people coming from New York, Newark, and New Jersey because the small people are being ran out. So I hope we are, just being mindful that we got to be careful for our constituents also.
Thank you. Councilman Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions, but before I get started, I'll just ask this first question. How many rental units do we have that we know of in the city of Wilmington? If you have a rough estimate.
18,000.
That is something that we're working on to identify units. Currently, right now, the units are, first, the way that properties are licensed, right? They're licensed on an entity, not on a unit parcel based. How a lot of the information is being captured is not on a unit, right? So if we get a parcel that has 15 units, the 14 units are not being counted. That is something that we're working on in sub-addresses being entered in Salesforce. in Munis, right, to make sure that we're identifying the properties. First, we have to identify the properties before we find out what they are, right? We don't even have the information. So when people say we have this many, you know, I've been in so many meetings and they're like, we have 20,000 rental properties. And I'm like, how did you know? Like, let me know, because I don't know. Like, I want to know how you got the information. Like, did you just throw that number up? Because we cannot capture that information. We're in the process of doing it, right? The enhancements.
Well, we do capture registered rentals. I think what the commissioner is specifying is that in some cases the data isn't fully recorded on a unit basis. And then in a lot of cases, we also have a lot of unregistered rentals. And so that has been something that we've been working to identify for the past several years, which is finding those rentals where the owner has not come forward and gotten a business license, has not registered their rental for inspection. And that's what Gabe's team is focusing on a lot with these, with the business license registration, because that can help us capture those and then make sure that those owners are paying their fair share and that they are compliant in their rental inspections as well.
And the cap.
So we can say that, yes, we have 18,000 registered rentals, but that number could change given the number that we identify both through the sub-address process that Gabe was describing and then also by continuing to identify unregistered rentals.
Yep.
So we can say like a minimum of 18,000.
Yes, I would say so.
And
Sorry, long answer to a short question, but yes.
Yeah, and because you have the cap, right? So when you say registered, we're going based on the number that are being paid, right? So a lot of times when you have a building that meets the cap, those units are not being, but that is the system that's being built now that we'll be able to identify all the sub-parcels, which ones are rentals, and then we can identify them, we can get them registered, we get them licensed, and we can get them inspected. So
That just brought up another question. That maybe we shouldn't have a cap to make sure that we can get a better account on everything, but that's not my question. I know last year you and I talked at this meeting. We had just had a Health, Environmental, Aging, and Disabilities Committee meeting where we had a lot of seniors come in and talk about the high rises. So I am glad that we are finally doing those inspections again. Two things. How big is the rental team? And then what is the capacity? Is it one or two inspectors assigned to a high rise to do that? That is a high number of units if you're going to do 100% of it. What is the breakdown there?
So the high-rise program did come from the meeting, right? Listening to someone stand up there and talk about how their property has mold and no one's been inspecting it, that's hard to hear, right? Especially when someone is the age of, my grandmother, and know that we haven't been in that building. And for whatever reason, right? I don't know why, but that's part of the high-rise. All properties that have more than 6 units are required to be inspected every 5 years. That's why our process has changed. Currently, I have 3 inspectors in the rental team, but properties are now being assigned to them, right? Their calendars are pretty much full. When we have more for that day, we then use the area inspectors, right, to do those inspections. For your question about a high-rise, so a good example is we did a high-rise with 154 units. It was myself, 2 supervisors, and 5 inspectors. 3 rental inspectors, 1 vacant inspector in the area, and another inspector. Our process for rental inspections has changed, so we're able to do inspections a little better, a little bit more efficient through our system with our tablets, right? The other thing is we now provide all rental checklists to all landlords. So it's transparent. So when we give you the rental checklist before, you didn't know what we were coming to see, right? You knew areas, exterior violations and things like that. Now you know the exact question, you know the code, and what we say is we highly recommend that you go and do a pre-inspection of your unit before we come, right? So because of that, we're finding less violations, right? So the rental inspection process, do I have enough? I don't have enough on my rental team, but I have enough on my team. Because if we have a city, the way I look at it is if we have a city that 65% of our properties are rentals, then 65% of my staff should be doing rental inspections, right? But we're growing that, right? As we're growing the number of inspections, we are now also, most of our violations that I found, when I walked in, it was 14,000 open violations, right? Currently, we have 6,000 open violations in the city. A lot of them are stuck in criminal court for whatever reason, but most of them are on rental properties. So now that we're doing rental inspections, we're starting to see less tenant complaints because the landlords know that every 2 years we're showing up. It's no longer, hey, call us when you're ready. It's just like your dentist appointment, right? You go to the dentist, they tell you in 6 months on February the 5th at 10 o'clock, you be here. That's exactly how a rental inspection is. We're telling you when we're coming and the date we're coming, and we'll be there, right? And it is a work in progress. But like I said, man, Kobe, I mean, we talked about this. Like I pivot, I change, but the mission stays like in hand, right? Quality housing. You want to be a landlord, you have to maintain the properties. You know, as far as Councilwoman Oliver's comment about, going out to properties and no one gets issued a fine unless they don't comply, right? So if we identify a violation per code, we issue you the code. You know exactly what the violation is. The language is pretty clear. You need a downspout. There's no downspout present. There's no downspout present. There's a picture of no downspout. There's a violation. You have 30 days to fix it. A fine doesn't come until about 45 days when you don't fix it and we go back to do the reinspection. But you have the ability to call us and say, hey, I need an extension. I don't have the money. I don't need this, for whatever reason. I've sent people to resources, to Interfaith. I've sent people to Bob Weir in real estate and housing. I've sent people everywhere. If an inspector comes to me and says, hey, this lady, you guys have the pilot program coming up with the tree, this, senior owner unable to fix her tree, let's find her resources. The goal is not to put a $250 fine, a $500 fine. That's not the goal. The goal is to try to get this fixed and try everything we can. But if you ghost us, if you don't call us, if you don't want to schedule an appointment, then we don't have a choice but to issue that violation because the code is very specific. It's very clear. So, it's the rental is a work in progress, and I think we're increased of 400 inspections in 6 months. I think it's big.
No, I follow up. I do think that's really good. And if you break down the expectation you have down here of 1,000 divided by that 3, that's about 333 per inspector. Someone gets an extra one. Yeah. But anyone who knows me, and since I've been on council, one of my biggest things also is the wear and tear that we put on our city employees as well too. And my statement's not taken away from any of the work that your inspectors do, but during this budget process, this is the time in which we can expand operations, right? Expand adding additional inspectors if need be, because I truly believe that one of our responsibilities, our moral responsibility as a city, is to make sure our residents have somewhere that is safe to lay their heads at night, right? And that means when they are renting these properties out, there are a lot of bad actors out there. There's individuals who don't have business license, but there's also some that do. So I know that caseload can be a lot on someone as well too. Even if they double up in a day of doing 2 inspections a day, that 333 is a lot on one person. So again, maybe expanding, council can talk maybe about expanding and opening up another position or 2 for inspector. I know we're on a very tight budget this year, but this is something that's impactful to so many residents throughout the city of Wilmington that I think would have an even greater impact for all of us.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Will Auer.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Councilman Owens. I had the chance to go, we had a landlord team out of the National League of Cities. We had we had a group of I worked with Councilman Darby on this. We had a group of landlords, and we met with, we actually went to Lancaster, and I know we all went to Lancaster with the city, with Commissioner Pabon, and out in Lancaster, that somewhat similar sized city, they have somewhat similar law. Like every 2 years, every rental property is going to be inspected. and every 5 years, like the higher, I think it's pretty similar and similar size. And they inspect like all their properties, like on that schedule. And I guess my question is, if you do 1,000, it's definitely more than last year, but it's still gonna take, if we have 18,000 rental units, so you divide that in half, so every 2 years, it's still gonna take like 9 years to get through those, just like the first set. And so my question is do you have any, and they did, they had fewer inspectors doing like more than, I think they did one inspection an hour, and they focused on like health and safety, and they just like had 7 a day or something like that, and they just knocked them out, they scheduled them. And I'm just wondering, do you have a plan to get to that so that we actually are on that schedule of every rental property is inspected every 2 years? If it has less than, I think what the code says is if it has less than 5 units, it's supposed to be every 2 years. If it's 6 or more units, it's every 5 years.
Yes.
But then you can, like, if it doesn't have any violations, you don't have to come back if it's in great condition. So you just kind of zero in on those problem rental properties and inspect them regularly?
Yeah, so out of the 18,000, I know Stephanie mentioned that there are 18,000 registered. Not all 18,000 are single-family houses or under 5 units. So a lot of those are your high-rises, there are 200 units. So what we're giving each property is we're starting from baseline, right? You had introduced some language about initial inspection, right? There is no initial inspection because we had properties that hadn't been inspected in so long. So what we're doing now is getting a baseline, right? We're giving every property an initial inspection. Now, that's saying, hey, we're coming on February the 5th at 10 o'clock. If you have, for whatever reason, you have to reschedule, we'll come out. So 1,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but it's some of it's only been done in a short period of time, right? And we're growing these numbers. And what's happening is that these, as property owners and tenants are finding out that we're coming out, right, on a regular basis, we're having less violations, right? We've talked to landlords who have, 40 properties, and we're like, we're going to give you 90 days. We're going to come out, we're going to inspect all your properties. One thing we do is, so we don't get burnout. When I first developed the rental team, this was not developed by me. There were working groups. There were members of of our team. They came up with the concept. They came up with the inspection questions. They came up with the scheduling. We had 5 inspections per inspector a day, right? We have to work in the lunch hour, do the CBA. We found that was too many. There was no time for them to do re-inspections. There was no time for them to do their paperwork. So what we did was we made their paperwork a lot less detailed, right? But still capturing all of the necessary requirements, right? It's now on a tablet where they just hit it. Soon it'll be in the system where you used to spend an hour doing an inspection. Once you get inside the door, you're now talking about 15, 20 minutes, right? What we try to do is we try to take those 2-3 unit property owners who have, let's just use, up on a hill, like 4th and Green Hill, right? We have some people who own 5 buildings there and they're duplexes. We'll try to do all of their units at the same time on the same day, right? So, and we'll give them 1 rental inspector, 1 area inspector, 1 vacant inspector. So we're able to do a lot more in a shorter time, and that's part of the enhancement that we're doing with IT, with the system, with Salesforce, with our processes. So, and that's what I meant about pivoting and changing and like reintroducing new things. Are we always going to get all 16,000, 18,000, 20,000 properties inspected? Maybe not, but maybe we need to do something like Lancaster does, right? Maybe we need to license each individual unit separately. Maybe we need to say, you're not on the you've never issued a violation to this property in 4 years, so you now fall on a 4-year rotation instead of a 2-year rotation because you're in a different category. I mean, these are conversations that we can have, but right now, I'm gathering the baseline. And we got to go get a baseline and then ID how many we have and see how many we can do.
Better follow up. No, thank you very much, Commissioner Pabon. And I know you're innovating, and I think it's really important to do that and make those kind of changes and get the baseline and things like that. And I know your resources are limited, like you don't have, like Councilman Owens pointed out, you don't have like a jillion people working in license inspection. But another thing that I do hear from residents is that they are getting and just to echo what Councilman Oliver said, they are getting violations for peeling paint. And, you know, they getting a violation for peeling paint, their neighbor's getting a violation for peeling paint, the next house is getting a violation for peeling paint. And then sometimes if they don't have a chance to fix the peeling paint, they get a fine for $250 for not fixing the peeling paint. And I'm just wondering, like, what about priorities? Like, you know, if you have limited resources, you have a lot of units that are like out of compliance, that aren't safe for people to live in, and then you have some of your limited resources out, you know, just giving everybody peeling paint violations. My question is, how are you, like, is that a priority? And is there, like, do you have a set of priorities around, you know, what kind of violations you're gonna focus on and what you're going to, you know, you're not gonna send your inspectors out to, like, give out a jillion peeling paint violations?
So, peeling paint is a violation. So the way that I developed my inspection checklist, right, for vacant properties and rental properties and all properties are based on the code. The reason why neighbors get a violation for vacant paint and the neighbor next door is because, one, I know that I have enough resources and 17 inspectors. I think that the resources, could you use more? Absolutely, you could always use more. But if you're not being task-oriented, if you don't have a systematic approach in how you're doing your job and you're just like scattered throughout an area, then you're not being efficient, right? So that's part of what I said earlier about not needing any more money for my budget because we're becoming more efficient, right? We're currently doing a neighborhood enhancement program. And I have Inspector Cologne back there who left the city for a while. Supervisor Cologne, who left the city, went to Tampa, came back. And this neighborhood enhancement, if you go in his office, and I ask that if you guys ever have some time, come through LNI, do some ride-alongs. You go through his office, every inspector has their map on his wall. And every day they have to see 1 or 2 blocks. They're going block by block, right? They're not cutting corners. Every block, they highlight it. By the end of the year, they should have already seen a baseline, their whole neighborhood, right? Because we can't keep focusing on 4th Street and not go on Cherry, not go on Harrison, not go on Montgomery, not go on Van Buren Street, right? We have to make sure that you are enforcing, you're going to every neighborhood, not go to Red Oak Road and go to Sherman Street, right? The whole city is being looked at, block by block, every single inspector, when they identify. And again, no one, and if I just hope that this is not happening, no one is issuing a $250 fine for something that was provided 30 days to fix and someone didn't fix it. So if you get a violation, you only get the fine if you don't fix it. Every violation has a picture of the violation, and before you issue a fine, you have to have a picture of the violation that wasn't abated, right? So you'll see January 1st, there's a picture, flaking paint down the spout. We go back March 5th, it's still in the same condition. They will document, I've attempted to call the owner didn't call, owner didn't ask for an extension, moving forward with civil penalties.
And I just had a follow-up,
I'm gonna get Councilwoman Cabrera, and then I'll come back.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Is my
Yep, we can hear
phone
you.
unmuted? Okay, perfect. Well, first, I want to say to you, Commissioner Pablo, you're doing a great job. You really went into that office. You saw the issues and the challenges, and you have faced each one with your incredible team. New people are on board. Sadly, we lost some people along the way. But, just wanted to say thank you to you and all the members of LNI for your work. Now, just to address a couple of the issues that were brought up, because it seems like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. We hear the complaints from compliant neighbors in the community, but I'm also hearing that we should have leniency. Part of the legislation I introduced put more flexibility on payments and extensions, and thank you for mentioning that. Not to mention the resources. You're trying to connect people to resources, which is why I feel that instead of the lottery, you should look at a program that helps homeowners who have income affordability issues to access funds instead of the luck of a draw, maybe a simple interest program for those who can afford to pay it back. And this is something that I had in my discussions about the budget with the administration. And I'm happy to see that, you're working on a lot of those issues that we've been battling for years. And as was mentioned, Lancaster is a city of similar size and they're able to do it. So we can. This is something that Councilmember Darby and Will Arrow were talking about. Why, if Lancaster can do it, why can't Wilmington? So I see that you are looking at this approach that, yes, let's go in, let's inspect these properties. At the same time, one of the things that is not in the code and we could discuss is that when you have compliant landlords and you know who the good actors are as well as the bad actors, that you don't have to inspect those properties every 2 years, that you know that they're doing things by the book. So that would be a 5-year inspection. These are things that even the landlord association members brought up. He said, we're happy to comply. We're happy to help. So, as as we, and as was mentioned, if you do need another position, this is something maybe not for this budget year, that this body is willing to support that as the need arises. We have discussed, bringing up legislation that would, make it less, you don't have to go in there as often to do this with the compliancy. But just wanted to comment that you guys are doing a good job. Don't have any questions because we work close together. So I'm pretty much aware of what the department is doing. And some of these issues were already brought up with the administration as part of the budget conversation. So just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for, putting up a good fight and bringing our city to the forefront. We're going to have safe and clean neighborhoods and we're going to have stability come hell or high water. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go back to council, I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's anybody, please come forward, state your name, and what district you live in is optional.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Gene Messick. I work with the homeless in District 4, in addition to elsewhere in the city. Wanted to thank the Commissioner for the hard work that he's putting forward into protecting tenants and clearing vacancies in the city. We're dealing with a price crisis with rentals. Tenants are being priced out of their homes, and many of them are ending up homeless. In 2025, point in time count, registered 600 homeless individuals in the city of Wilmington. That number is going to continue to rise if we can't get this rent under control. If we can clear the vacancies, force the landlords to actually rent their properties, I think the prices will come down. That'll really help. Landlords are pulling all kinds of stuff on their tenants. I think it's great that you're going after the violations. I agree that there should be some leniency. So I really support that the City Council is going for talking about policy regarding that. Last thing I just wanted to say is, I appreciate that we are in a deficit right now, and that money is hard to come by. I did want to ask that while we're pinching pennies, we've got a beautiful room here, and I overheard a conversation earlier about maybe doing some renovations. Maybe that doesn't need to happen this year. We got a lot of people that need help, and they need it this year, not next year. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you so much. Anyone else here for public comment in chambers or online? Seeing none, we'll go back to City Council. Councilwoman Willauer.
Yeah, I just had one other thing to say, which is, I know that the vacant property fees are, I read the code, part of it is for putting back into bringing back vacant properties. And, $5 million, like $3 million coming in, and then you see $130,000 is for, like, boarding and things like that. I know there's not a lot of there's actually not a lot of resources the city of Wilmington gives to people who can't afford to fix peeling paint. Like, if you can't fix peeling paint, generally in the city of Wilmington, like, you're on your own. And I'm speaking from personal experience. Like, it is not easy it's easy to get a violation, but it is not easy to fix up your house. Like, it's not easy to get a contractor, it's not easy to come up with the money, it's not easy to, like, get it done in 30 days. I'm not the only person who is challenged by doing home repairs, and there's a lot of people who, home repairs are very expensive, and we don't have a lot of resources. So I'm just wondering, that $3 million that comes in from vacant property fees, that's so much more than it was like 2 years ago. Are we putting enough into helping? I agree with that we have to fix up our city. I'm not arguing for leniency, I'm arguing for like prioritizing. Like, I just think some code violations are a bigger problem than others. And I still see the big code violations just drag on, and then the people coming to me talking about getting like small code violations for small things. So I'm just wondering, are we putting enough resources into the department? It sounds like we are, but are we putting enough resources into assistance for people who want to fix up their properties, maybe get a violation, and don't have the resources to pay for that repair? Are we putting enough resources into that? Should some of that vacant property fee revenue that's coming out of the neighborhoods be channeled back into the neighborhoods to help people fix up their properties? That's my question.
I mean, I can't answer that because my responsibility and mission is due to, code enforcement, so.
Yeah, the revenue from the fees just flows back into the general fund. So it's just part of overall general fund revenues. So as you can see, this year, the revenues are lower than expenses. So there isn't really any extra that could go to a program. But we certainly hear you, and that can be, discussed in future years.
Thank you. We have one more public comment, Brandon Fletcher.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, Councilwoman Tisch. My initial comment was really geared to, I guess, Michelle Harley, the finance chair. I'm just curious about the budgetary process, and at what point does it shift away from you all just sitting and listening to what the administration is telling you what the budget is going to be, to you all actually being able to make amendments and changes? Like, when does that process happen? Or are y'all just listening to that?
Ms. Bassmite, you want to answer as far as the process? So just to give you kind of a quick overview, once we are finished with budget hearings, that's when discussions with the administration start. So we're all taking notes. We're listening to not only the department heads, but we're listening to the public. So we're out in the community. I know the mayor is doing town halls. A lot of our council members are meeting with civic associations. They're meeting with business leaders. They're meeting with community members right now to get feedback and to get thoughts on the process, on what has been proposed. And then once we complete all of the hearings, the chair and members of city council team will meet with the members of the administration team, and that's when we start to say, this is what we think, this is what they think. And so that process happens once we complete the budget hearings. However, I will say that council members are currently meeting. So if there is something that you wanted to make sure that we got feedback on, you are more than welcome to reach out to any of the at-larges or to your district member, actually any of us, Chair Harley, and make sure that we have your feedback and your comments, because we want to hear from everyone in the community.
Thank you for that.
You're
and
welcome.
I just will lastly say that I think there was a lot of great points that was just brought up by Councilmember Willauer about the vacant property fees, where that goes, and could it go to benefit the residents who need to help get their homes fixed up. I also think, like, we're being told there isn't enough funding to truly address the housing issue, and this budget is preparing to send $16 million to large developers and another $500,000 to the land bank. So I think from where we stand, it looks like public dollars are continuing to go to those who already have the capital, while tenants and small homeowners are dealing with, you know, unsafe conditions and rising rents and real impacts of housing instability. And so, just as you review the budget, I just urge you not just to sit through these presentations, but to ask real questions. Who benefits from the investments? Um, are we truly investing in enforcement that protects residents? Um, and that you guys have the power to demand better. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the next public commenter, just for a point of clarification, the $16 million that is being proposed only goes to affordable housing, and it's to all developers that are willing to invest. So it could be a large developer, it could be a mom and pop, it could be a Jumpstart graduate. So just to make sure that we're clarifying the point that it can only be used for affordable units, and it could be a multi-unit situation. It could be, a mixed-use situation. But from what we are at, what has been presented and what we will be discussing as the council is only affordable, and only to investors in affordable housing, not to anything else. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for the community. And then we're going to go to Chair Harley. And then we're going to go to public. We have one more public comment, Mimi.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention that I thank you for clarifying that developer piece, because there has been a narrative put out there, just developers are getting, the 16 million, but I think it is worth mentioning that this council has been listening to the community for the last year. Like, we are not just listening to our department heads. We have been listening to the community at civic association meetings, at community meetings, and affordable housing is what we basically have been hearing for the last 3 years. So when we look at the $16 million going towards developers that are doing affordable housing, this is what the community has asked for. And as it has been stated, there's different levels. So if the uh, developers that do luxury, that have a luxury model or luxury business model, if they're not willing to do affordable housing, they will not be getting any of the funding as it relates to the 16 million. So thank you for underscoring and making sure that it's on the record for the public to know this is for affordable housing. This is what the community has been asking for. And we have been listening to the community throughout the year. Also, I want to mention that 2 communities within the 4th District have comprehensive plans that we've been meeting, we've been talking, we have been discussing with Southbridge one for their community, with the East Side one for their community, and both of them put together a comprehensive plan. So those are the kind of meetings, those are the kind of suggestions that we're focusing on. So I just wanted to say for the record that it's not just about council listening for the month of April what the community desires. We've been listening to the community for the last year, and we will continue to listen to the community. So I just wanted to say for the record that this is a year-long conversation, and it doesn't just start in the month of April. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one more final comment from Mimi. Mimi, are you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Mimi. I live in the 1st District, but I do a lot of work with the encampment in the 4th District. And I'm really glad that we're talking about supporting tenants because, well, we need to. But I want to make sure we're really focused on what it takes to make people stay housed, because right now housing in general just is not affordable. And if we don't acknowledge that, we're not actually addressing anything. If we are serious about preventing more people from ending up in like places like Christina Park, then we have to make sure we have a lot of early intervention before eviction and before displacement. And that also does mean like stabilizing rent, because if rent keeps rising faster than wages, then no amount of assistance, short-term assistance, is going to be enough.
people, I don't know, I keep hearing affordable housing, and that's great, but are we like very clear? Like, can it be explained what that actually means? Because like affordable to who? Low income, really low income, extremely low income, moderate income, because affordable subjective. And a lot of times it doesn't mean affordable for the people who are, well, like at risk of ending up in places like Christina Park. So last thing, I also wanted to address, the last meeting I attended, Mr. Cade had called advocates clowns, and he spoke over people during public comment. And then he tried to deflect later by calling us racist for speaking about the encampment. And I felt like that was really inappropriate. And we speak for the residents because they ask us to and because they trust us. And I just wanted to make that really clear because they feel like if we don't speak for them, a lot of people won't listen. And I just want to make sure that we're thinking of them with all of this in the budget and that the investments we make, they help the people on the brink of homelessness as well, because prevention only works if they have somewhere to go. So thank you.
Thank you. And so just real quickly, for another point of clarification, the city is defining affordable housing based on the definitions from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So it's based on what HUD has defined as affordable, and so that's the ramifications in which we have to work in. And so that breaks down by income. So I don't want to get too detailed into the weeds because I don't want to misquote anything, but it's a defined measure. Any other comments from council members before we close out? All right, thank you. So I would like to thank Commissioner Pabon, Mr. Naheed Hussein, who is our OMB fiscal and operational analyst. Thank you for always sticking around with us and for your patience and for presenting this evening. Any follow-up information, feel free. Oh, Lord. Well, we have one more public comment. Sorry, guys, we're not closing yet. Cheyenne Miller.
Hi, Cheyenne Miller, 7th District. I just wanted to ask the question of whether or not the funds that are being set aside for this affordable housing fund, I guess, are these funds going towards mixed income, so a set aside of affordable units? Like how exactly, like, does this kind of work, or is it going towards like only affordable units, not mixed? Just trying to figure out like how it works.
So I'll just give you the quick rundown unless Deputy Chief of Staff wants to explain it.
Well, there will be a detailed presentation during the real estate and housing hearing on Monday next week.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, but just to reiterate, the grants that will be awarded to developers can only be used for affordable units, no matter what their makeup is of the building. So if it is a multi-unit and it has different, has market rate units, that money cannot be used for the market rate unit. It can only be used for the affordable unit. And that determines what their grant will look like. But anyway, as Deputy Chief said, next week we'll have more details at Real Estate and Housing. So with that being said, thank you all. Thank Director Greco and your team for being out, WITN, council staff, Ajay English, Ms. Bass Knight, members of the public. We appreciate you and we appreciate your feedback and coming and being consistent with asking us the tough questions. Our next budget hearing will be scheduled for Monday, April 20th at 4:30 p.m. We'll have Parks and Recreation, Mayor's Office of Economic Development, and the Department of Information and Technology. So that's on Monday. And I think Real Estate and Housing is next after that. Please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch our meetings. You can also watch online at WITN22.org. They also simulcast on YouTube and Facebook. And additionally, all budget information is available on www.wilmdebudget.org. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. Thank you and have a good night.